Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1: The Chains of Servitude. In the vast expanse of golden sands where empires rise and fall like shifting dunes, there exists a story of ambition so profound it reshaped the very fabric of magic itself. Tonight, as the gentle whisper of desert winds carries ancient secrets across the darkness, let us journey back to the heart of Shurima's golden age, where beneath the gleaming spires and sun-blessed monuments, a young slave named Zerath first glimpsed the terrible beauty of power. Picture, if you will, the ancient capital of Shurima in its days of incomparable glory. The great sun disk hung suspended above the city like a second sun, its radiant light casting everything in hues of amber and gold. Magnificent ziggurats pierced the sky, their surfaces adorned with hieroglyphs that seemed to dance in the eternal twilight of magical illumination. The air itself hummed with arcane energy, thick enough to taste, sweet enough to intoxicate those sensitive to its call. But beneath this paradise of magic and wonder, in the shadowed quarters where the sun's blessing barely reached, lived those who built these marvels with their blood and sweat. Among the countless slaves who toiled in Shurima's greatness was a young man whose true name has been lost to time, known only by the designation given to him by his masters, Zerath, which in the old tongue meant he who shares. How bitterly prophetic that name would prove to be, for he would indeed share, though not in the way his masters intended. From his earliest memories, Zerath knew only the weight of chains, both literal and metaphorical. Born into bondage, he spent his childhood hauling stones for the great monuments, his small hands bleeding as he carved the very hieroglyphs that celebrated the divine right of his oppressors. The iron shackles around his wrists left permanent marks, scars that would remain long after he transcended the need for flesh. But it was not the physical chains that truly bound him. It was the acceptance of his lesserness that his masters sought to forge into his very soul. Yet even in those earliest days, there was something different about this particular slave. While others bent their backs in resigned submission, Zerath's eyes held a spark that no amount of brutality could extinguish. He watched, always watched, as the ascended lords passed by in their radiant glory, their forms crackling with barely contained divine energy. He observed the way magic flowed around them like liquid light, bending reality to their will with gestures as casual as breathing. The first time Zerath truly understood what magic could offer, he was perhaps 12 years old, laboring in the deep excavations beneath the city, where new foundations were being laid for yet another monument to Azir's growing power. The work was dangerous. Cave-ins were common, and slave lives were considered an acceptable cost for imperial progress. On this particular day, as Zerath struggled with a stone far too heavy for his malnourished frame, the unthinkable happened. The ceiling began to crack, ancient supports groaning under the weight of countless tons of sand and stone above. Other slaves scattered in panic, but Zerath found himself trapped, pinned beneath a fallen beam with nowhere to run. As death rushed toward him in an avalanche of crushing stone, something awakened within him. Desperation, perhaps, or the universe's cruel sense of irony. But in that moment of absolute helplessness, Zerath felt the flow of magic for the first time. It was like touching lightning, like drinking starlight, like breathing fire and finding it sweet instead of searing. Energy coursed through his young body, raw and untamed, but somehow recognizable, as if he had been born speaking a language he had never heard. Without understanding how or why, Zerath raised his chained hands and pushed back against the falling stones with pure force of will made manifest. The debris parted around him like water, creating a pocket of safety in the chaos of collapse. When the dust settled and the overseers came to count their losses, they found something unprecedented, a slave who had somehow survived what should have been certain death, standing untouched in a perfect circle of cleared space while devastation surrounded him on all sides. The older slaves whispered of miracles and divine intervention, but Zerath knew better. What had saved him was not the blessing of distant gods, but something far more dangerous, his own potential for power. The overseers, practical men who dealt in flesh and labor rather than mystery, chose to see his survival as mere fortune, a lucky escape, nothing more. They moved him to different work, higher in the tunnels, where such collapses were less likely, and continued to extract their quota of suffering from his days. But Zerath was forever changed by that moment of awakening. He had tasted possibility, and now the chains that bound him seemed less like permanent fixtures and more like temporary inconveniences. In the months that followed, Zerath began to experiment with the strange energy he had touched in his moment of desperation. Late at night, when exhaustion should have claimed him completely, he instead practiced moving small objects with his mind, calling forth tiny sparks of light in the darkness of the slave quarters. Each success was a revelation, each failure a lesson burned into his consciousness. He discovered that emotions could fuel the magic within him. Anger made it surge like wildfire, while focused concentration allowed for precise control. But perhaps most importantly, Zerath began to observe the true structure of Shuriman society with new eyes. He watched as the Ascended moved through their daily routines, noting the casual cruelty with which they regarded those beneath them. He studied the way magic flowed through the great monuments, understanding for the first time that all of this power, all of this divine energy that elevated his masters above mortal concerns, was not truly theirs by right. It was borrowed, channeled through artifacts and rituals, dependent on systems and knowledge that could, theoretically, be learned by anyone with sufficient will and intelligence. This realization was perhaps more dangerous than any magic he might master. For if the power of the Ascended was not inherently divine, if it was merely a matter of knowledge and technique, then what justification existed for the system that kept him in chains? What cosmic law decreed that some should live as gods, while others died as beasts of burden? The questions burned in his mind like brands, growing more insistent with each passing day. Zerath's true education began when he was assigned to work in the great library, copying scrolls and maintaining the vast collection of knowledge that the Ascended hoarded like dragons hoarding gold. His masters saw this as a safe assignment. What harm could a slave do surrounded by dusty tomes and ancient histories? They could not have known that they were placing a starving man in charge of their granary, giving him access to the very knowledge that could transform a slave into something far more dangerous. Here, among the countless scrolls and tablets that documented centuries of magical research, Zerath discovered the true history of Shurima. He learned of the first ascended mortal warriors who had undergone divine transformation through rituals of incredible complexity. He studied the mechanics of the sun disk, understanding how it channeled celestial power to fuel the Empire's magical infrastructure. Most importantly, he began to comprehend the fundamental truth that his masters had tried so hard to hide, that the difference between slave and ascended was not one of divine favor, but of access to knowledge and power. The irony was not lost on him that his ability to read these forbidden texts came from skills taught to him by the very system that sought to keep him ignorant. Shuriman slaves were often educated to better serve their masters' needs. A scribe who could read was more valuable than one who could only haul stones. But in teaching him to read, they had given him the key to unlock secrets they never intended him to discover. As days turned to months and months to years, Zerath's understanding deepened. He memorized passages describing the rituals of ascension, analyzed the mathematical formulas that governed magical energy flow, and began to see patterns in the ancient texts that even their original authors might have missed. His nights were spent in careful practice, refining his control over the magical forces that had first awakened during his brush with death. His days were filled with careful observation, studying the behavior and routines of those who commanded the power he sought to understand. But knowledge without purpose is merely academic exercise, and Zerath's purpose crystallized around a single burning ambition, not merely to escape his chains, but to claim the power that would ensure he could never be chained again. He had seen how the weak were crushed beneath the boots of the strong, how arbitrary distinctions of birth and blood determined who lived as gods and who died as slaves. If he was to be free, truly free, he would need to become strong enough that no one could ever again decide his fate for him. It was during this period of careful study and hidden practice that Zerath first encountered the young prince who would become Emperor Azir. Their meeting was unremarkable in its mundane circumstances. Azir had come to the library seeking a particular text on military strategy, and Zerath had been assigned to help locate and retrieve it. But in that moment, when their eyes met across the dusty shelves of ancient wisdom, something passed between them that would reshape the destiny of an empire. Perhaps it was recognition of a kindred intellect, or maybe simply the novelty of a slave who could discuss the finer points of magical theory with genuine understanding. Whatever the cause, Azir found himself drawn into conversation with this unusual bondsman, and Zerath discovered something he had never expected to find in one of his oppressors, a mind that genuinely respected his own. Here was a member of the ruling class, who seemed to see past the chains and scars to the intelligence beneath, who spoke to him as if his thoughts and opinions held actual value. In those stolen moments of conversation, usually conducted under the pretense of scholarly assisting, Zerath began to hope for something he had never dared imagine, that perhaps change was possible without violence, that perhaps there existed those among the powerful who might be willing to reform a system that elevated some at the cost of crushing others. Azir spoke of dreams for a greater Shurima, an empire that would span continents and bring prosperity to all its citizens. The word citizens hung in the air like a promise, carrying implications that made Zerath's heart race with possibility. But even as friendship bloomed between the unlikely pair, Zerath never forgot the fundamental reality of their positions. No matter how respectful Azir might be, no matter how genuine their intellectual connection, at the end of each day Zerath returned to the slave quarters, while Azir retired to a palace of gold and marble. The prince could afford to dream of gradual reform and eventual progress, but Zerath lived daily with the knowledge that slaves died young and forgotten, their potential ground to dust beneath the wheels of imperial necessity. These contradictions gnawed at him during the long nights when sleep eluded his restless mind. He had found something approaching friendship with Azir, yet he remained a slave. He had discovered vast repositories of knowledge and power, yet he was forbidden from truly claiming either. He possessed magical abilities that grew stronger with each passing day, yet he was forced to hide them like shameful secrets. The gulf between what he was and what he could become seemed to widen with each new day, creating a tension that demanded resolution. As the years passed and Zerath grew from youth to young manhood, his magical abilities continued to develop in secret. He learned to mask his practice as meditation, to disguise his experiments as scholarly research, to hide the growing aura of power that surrounded him like invisible flames. The knowledge he absorbed from the forbidden texts began to coalesce into understanding, and understanding began to crystallize into ambition of a scope that would have terrified those who thought they knew him. For Zerath had realized that there were only two paths before him: accept his chains and live as a slave until death claimed him, or seize the power necessary to break free of every limitation that society sought to impose upon him. The middle ground that Azir represented, the hope of gradual change and eventual reform, was a luxury that only those born to privilege could afford to believe in. For those born to bondage, freedom was not something to be granted by the mercy of others. It was something to be taken by the strength of one's own will. The slave quarters where Zerath spent his nights were filled with whispered dreams of escape, of distant lands, where the name Shurima held no power, where a man might live free of imperial ambition and divine pretension. But Zerath's dreams had evolved beyond such simple desires. He no longer dreamed of running from power. He dreamed of claiming it. He no longer sought to escape the system that had created him. He sought to remake it entirely, with himself at its apex. These were dangerous thoughts, the kind that could lead to death if discovered. But Zerath had moved beyond caring about conventional dangers. He had touched the infinite during that first awakening in the collapsing tunnel, and everything else seemed pale and temporary by comparison. Pain was temporary, chains were temporary, even death might be temporary for one who could master the forces that governed existence itself. But power, true power of the kind described in the ancient texts, that could be eternal. As our tale of Zerath's early years draws to its close, we see him poised on the knife's edge between possibility and damnation, his soul balanced between the genuine affection he felt for Prince Azir and the burning ambition that would ultimately consume everything in its path. The young slave who had once hauled stones in ignorant servitude had become something far more dangerous, a prisoner who understood the nature of his cage and possessed the knowledge necessary to break free of it. In those final days of his slavery, as Zerath continued his careful masquerade of submission, while secretly preparing for transformation beyond imagining, perhaps he still believed that his friendship with Azir might provide a path that would spare them both the pain of what was to come. Perhaps he still hoped that understanding and mutual respect might bridge the gap between slave and prince, that love might prove stronger than the lure of ultimate power. But deep in his heart, in the place where his truest ambitions lived like coiled serpents waiting to strike, Zerath already knew how this story would end. He had tasted the infinite, and no finite existence could ever satisfy him again. The chains that bound him were already broken in all but fact, and soon even that final pretense would be cast aside in favor of something magnificent and terrible, the birth of a god from the ashes of a slave's humility. As you drift toward sleep tonight, perhaps you might ponder the moment when ambition transforms from a driving force into a consuming fire. How does the desire for justice become the hunger for dominance? And where exactly lies the line between seeking freedom and demanding supremacy? Chapter 2. The Scholar's Awakening. In the hushed sanctity of Shurima's great library, where scrolls older than empires whispered their secrets to those wise enough to listen, a transformation was taking place that would echo through the ages. Tonight, as starlight filters through ancient windows and casts dancing shadows upon forgotten wisdom, let us witness the metamorphosis of a slave into a scholar, and observe how knowledge became the key that would unlock powers beyond mortal comprehension. The library of Shurima was a marvel that rivaled any wonder of the ancient world. Its towering shelves stretched toward vaulted ceilings, decorated with constellations mapped in precious metals, each star representing a different branch of learning. Thousands upon thousands of scrolls, tablets, and codices filled every available space, their accumulated wisdom forming a repository of knowledge that spanned millennia. The air itself seemed thick with learning, heavy with the weight of countless thoughts and discoveries preserved in written form. For most slaves, assignment to the library would have been a cruel joke, like placing a starving man in charge of a granary he could never taste. But for Zerath, whose hunger was not for food but for understanding, it was as if the universe had finally acknowledged his true nature. Here, surrounded by the collected wisdom of ages, he could feed the appetite that had been growing within him since that first moment of magical awakening in the collapsed tunnel. His official duties were simple enough, maintaining the physical condition of the texts, copying worn scrolls onto fresh papyrus, organizing the vast collection according to the intricate cataloging system developed by generations of scholarly slaves. But Zerath approached these tasks with an intensity that puzzled his overseers. Where other slaves performed their duties with the mechanical efficiency of those seeking merely to avoid punishment, Zerath worked with the focused passion of a man pursuing his true calling. Each scroll he copied became an opportunity for deeper understanding. As his hands traced the ancient symbols and his eyes absorbed their meaning, Zerath began to see patterns that had eluded even the original authors. Mathematical formulas describing the flow of magical energy revealed inconsistencies that suggested new possibilities. Historical accounts of successful rituals contained details that, when combined with knowledge from other sources, pointed toward techniques that had never been formally documented. The process of learning was intoxicating in ways that went beyond mere intellectual satisfaction. Each new piece of knowledge seemed to resonate with the magical energy that had awakened within him, creating a feedback loop that strengthened both his understanding and his power. He discovered that comprehension itself was a form of magic, that the act of truly understanding a principle could enhance his ability to manipulate the forces it described. Prince Azir's visits to the library became more frequent as word of the unusual slave's capabilities spread among the scholarly community. What had begun as casual conversations evolved into serious discussions of magical theory, historical precedent, and philosophical implications of power. Azir found in Zerath not just an intelligent companion, but a mind that could challenge his own assumptions and push him toward deeper understanding. These exchanges were precious to both participants, though for different reasons. For Azir, they represented intellectual stimulation of a kind rarely available even to royalty, conversations with someone who possessed both the knowledge and the freedom from political considerations to speak honestly about complex subjects. For Zerath, they offered glimpses into the mindset of those who wielded power, insights into how the ruling class viewed themselves and their responsibilities. But perhaps most importantly, these discussions revealed to Zerath the casual assumptions that underpinned Shuriman's society. Azir spoke of the natural order with the confidence of one who had never questioned his place within it. He discussed the responsibilities of leadership as if they were divinely ordained rather than humanly constructed. He referenced the wisdom of tradition without acknowledging that all traditions had been innovations once, created by those bold enough to challenge the existing order. These conversations planted seeds of understanding in Zerath's mind that would grow into revolutionary insights. He began to see that the power structures he had always accepted as immutable were actually quite fragile, dependent on the continued belief of both rulers and ruled in their legitimacy. The divine right of the Ascended was not a cosmic law, but a social convention, maintained through careful manipulation of symbols, rituals, and beliefs. As his understanding deepened, Zerath's magical abilities continued to evolve in parallel. The raw energy that had first manifested during his brush with death was gradually refined into precise control over increasingly complex phenomena. He learned to manipulate light and shadow, to bend the flow of ambient magical energy, to perceive the invisible currents that connected all things in an intricate web of cause and effect. His practice sessions, conducted in secret during the deep hours of night, when even the most diligent overseers slept, became elaborate experiments in the application of theoretical knowledge. He tested the principles described in ancient texts, verified the mathematical relationships that governed magical phenomena, and began to develop his own innovations based on combinations of established techniques. The library's collection included texts from every era of Shuriman history, and Zerath devoured them all with equal hunger. He studied the accounts of the first ascension ceremonies, analyzing the precise wording of the incantations and the geometric patterns of the ritual circles. He memorized the genealogies of the ascended bloodlines, understanding for the first time that divine favor was often simply inherited privilege dressed in religious language. Most fascinating of all were the texts that dealt with the nature of the sun disk itself, the great artifact that channeled celestial power to fuel Shuriman's magical infrastructure. The official histories portrayed it as a gift from the sun itself, a divine blessing bestowed upon the worthy. But older texts, written before the full development of imperial mythology, suggested a more complex reality. These ancient sources described the sun disk as a feat of magical engineering, created by mortal hands using techniques that had been refined over generations of careful experimentation. They spoke of multiple attempts, failed prototypes, and gradual improvements that eventually resulted in the artifact that hung above the capital like a second sun. Most tellingly, they suggested that the disk's power was not truly divine, but rather a method of concentrating and focusing natural magical energies that existed throughout Runeterra. This revelation was perhaps more dangerous than any weapon Zerath might have obtained. If the source of the Ascendant's power was not divine favor, but technological achievement, then it could theoretically be replicated, improved upon, or even surpassed by anyone with sufficient knowledge and skill. The Empire's foundation was not unshakable divine mandate, but merely the temporary advantage of possessing superior magical technology. Zerath's research expanded beyond the official collections to include texts that were stored in restricted sections, accessible only to the highest-ranking scholars and members of the imperial family. His position as a trusted copyist, combined with his growing friendship with Prince Azir, gave him opportunities to examine these forbidden sources under the pretense of official duties. Here he discovered the true history of Shurima's expansion, reading first-hand accounts of the conquests that had built the empire. The official narrative spoke of liberation and enlightenment, of bringing civilization to barbarous lands and primitive peoples, but the restricted texts revealed a darker reality of systematic exploitation, cultural destruction, and the reduction of entire populations to slavery. These revelations crystallized Zerath's understanding of his own position within the imperial system. He was not just an individual unfortunate enough to be born into bondage. He was part of a vast machine designed to extract value from the many for the benefit of the few. His chains were not accidents of fate but deliberate constructions, carefully maintained by those who profited from his labor. The emotional impact of this understanding was profound, but Zerath had learned to channel his emotions into focused determination rather than destructive rage. Anger was a powerful force, but knowledge was more powerful still. Each new discovery strengthened his resolve while providing him with the tools necessary to eventually challenge the system that had created him. His magical practice during this period focused increasingly on techniques that would be necessary for his eventual liberation. He studied the principles of energy absorption, learning to draw power from external sources rather than relying solely on his internal reserves. He experimented with the creation of temporary dimensional spaces, understanding that the ability to hide resources and artifacts would be crucial for any long-term plan. Most importantly, he began to investigate the specific magical signatures associated with the ascension process itself. The transformation from mortal to ascended involved fundamental changes to the subject's essential nature, alterations that could be detected and analyzed by those with sufficient sensitivity to magical emanations. By studying the Ascended who visited the library, Zerath began to understand the precise nature of the changes that elevation brought about. This research revealed both the incredible power that Ascension offered and its inherent limitations. The Ascended were indeed transformed beings, elevated far beyond normal human capabilities, but they remained bound by the same fundamental laws that governed all magical phenomena. Their power was vast but not infinite, their abilities impressive but not without weaknesses. Perhaps most significantly, Zerath discovered that the ascension process itself was not perfectly efficient. Much of the energy channeled through the sun disk during the transformation was lost to inefficiencies in the ritual design, dispersed harmlessly into the environment rather than being fully absorbed by the subject. A more sophisticated understanding of magical theory could potentially design an improved process that captured and utilized this waste energy. The implications of this discovery were staggering. Not only could the ascension process be replicated by someone with sufficient knowledge, it could potentially be improved upon, creating a transformation that was more complete and more powerful than anything achieved by the current imperial system. The thought of such possibilities sent thrills of anticipation through Zerath's consciousness, visions of power beyond anything the world had ever seen. But even as his understanding of magical theory expanded exponentially, Zerath remained acutely aware of his precarious position. He was still a slave, still subject to the arbitrary whims of those who owned him, still vulnerable to discovery and punishment should his true activities be revealed. The knowledge he was accumulating was dangerous, not just because of its potential applications, but because its very possession by someone of his social status would be considered an unforgivable transgression. This awareness forced him to develop sophisticated methods of concealment and misdirection. He learned to partition his consciousness, hiding his true thoughts behind layers of apparent submission and gratitude. He practiced maintaining multiple simultaneous trains of thought, conducting complex magical calculations while appearing to focus entirely on mundane copying tasks. He developed techniques for storing memories in encrypted mental constructs that could only be accessed through specific meditation practices. The psychological strain of maintaining this elaborate deception was considerable, but Zerath found strength in the knowledge that every day brought him closer to the ultimate goal of freedom through power. Each scroll copied was an opportunity to learn something new. Each conversation with Prince Azir revealed additional insights into the mindset of the ruling class. Each night of secret practice refined his magical abilities and brought him closer to the threshold of true power. His relationship with Azir during this period was complex and multi-layered, built on genuine intellectual respect, but shadowed by the fundamental inequality of their positions. Azir clearly valued their exchanges and seemed to regard Zerath as something approaching a friend, but he remained oblivious to the deeper currents of ambition and resentment that flowed beneath the surface of their conversations. For his part, Zerath found himself torn between genuine affection for the prince and growing impatience with his naive assumptions about the nature of power and justice. Azir spoke eloquently of reform and progress, of gradually improving conditions for the Empire's slaves, and eventually perhaps eliminating the institution entirely. But his timeline for such changes spanned decades, or even centuries, a luxury of patience that Zerath could not afford. The tension between immediate necessity and gradual reform became a constant source of internal conflict for Zerath. Part of him wanted to believe that change was possible through peaceful means, that his friendship with the future emperor could serve as a bridge toward a more just society. But another part, the part that had awakened to power in the darkness of a collapsing tunnel, whispered that true change could only come through the demonstration of superior force. As the months passed and his knowledge continued to expand, Zerath began to formulate the first tentative outlines of a plan that would free him from his chains, while simultaneously restructuring the fundamental nature of Shuriman society. It was an audacious vision, requiring careful timing, absolute precision, and a willingness to risk everything on a single moment of decisive action. The key element of this emerging plan centered around the Ascension ceremony that would eventually elevate Prince Azir to the status of Emperor. The ritual would require the full power of the sun disk, channeling enormous amounts of celestial energy through carefully designed magical circuits. For someone with sufficient understanding of the underlying principles, such a moment would represent an unprecedented opportunity to redirect and claim that energy for their own purposes. But such an undertaking would require resources and preparation far beyond what Zerath could currently access. He would need artifacts to store and focus energy, allies to assist with the complex manipulations required, and above all, he would need a level of magical power sufficient to overwhelm the safeguards built into the ceremony itself. The challenge was daunting, but not impossible for someone willing to dedicate years to careful preparation. The thought of such ultimate liberation sent waves of anticipation through Zerath's consciousness, but he forced himself to remain focused on the immediate necessities of his situation. Knowledge was power, but knowledge without the means to apply it was merely elaborate fantasy. He would need to be patient, methodical, and above all careful if he hoped to transform theory into reality. As our exploration of Zerath's scholarly awakening draws to its close, we see him poised at a crucial juncture in his development. No longer merely a slave who dreamed of freedom, he had become something far more dangerous, a revolutionary armed with knowledge and driven by an unshakable conviction that the existing order was both unjust and ultimately replaceable. The young man who had once hauled stones in ignorant servitude had evolved into a scholar whose understanding of magical theory rivaled that of the Empire's greatest minds. But more than that, He had developed a vision of what power could be when freed from the arbitrary limitations of birth and social position. In his mind, the seeds of a transformation were already taking root that would ultimately reshape not just his own destiny, but the fate of an empire. In those quiet hours of study and secret practice, Zerath continued to accumulate the knowledge and power necessary for his eventual liberation. Perhaps he still believed that his goals and Azir's dreams of reform might somehow be reconciled. Perhaps he still hoped that understanding could bridge the gap between their different visions of what Shurima could become. But deep in his heart, where his truest ambitions lived, like carefully tended flames, Zerath was already beginning to understand that some transformations could only be achieved through the complete destruction of what came before. The scholar's awakening was nearly complete, and what would emerge from that chrysalis of learning would be something the world had never seen. A slave who had learned to think like a god. As you settle into the gentle embrace of sleep tonight, consider how knowledge shapes not just our understanding of the world, but our sense of what is possible within it. How does learning change not just what we know, but who we believe ourselves capable of becoming? Chapter 3. The Golden Friendship. Beneath the eternal radiance of Shurima's golden age, where the sun disk cast its blessing upon marble halls and crystalline spires, an unlikely bond flourished between two souls destined to reshape the world. Tonight, as shadows lengthen and memories stir like desert winds across ancient sands, let us witness the birth and growth of a friendship so profound it would become the foundation upon which an empire would both rise to its greatest heights and fall to its most tragic depths. The friendship between Prince Azir and the slave known as Zerath began, as many profound connections do, with a moment of unexpected recognition. In the hushed sanctity of the great library, amid towers of scrolls containing the accumulated wisdom of ages, two brilliant minds discovered in each other something they had never found elsewhere. True intellectual equality. What started as casual conversations about scholarly matters gradually deepened into something far more significant, a bond that transcended the artificial barriers of birth and social position. For Prince Azir, heir to the throne of the greatest empire Runeterra had ever known, Zerath represented something precious and rare, a companion who valued him for his mind rather than his title. In a world where every word spoken to him was carefully calculated to curry favor or advance political agendas, Zerath's honest opinions and genuine intellectual challenges were like water to a man dying of thirst. Here was someone who would argue with him about magical theory, who would point out flaws in his reasoning, who treated his ideas as thoughts worthy of examination rather than pronouncements to be accepted without question. The prince had grown up surrounded by flattery and deference, educated by tutors who praised his every insight while carefully steering him away from concepts that might prove troublesome to the established order. His formal education had been comprehensive but constrained, designed to prepare him for rulership while ensuring he never questioned the fundamental assumptions upon which that rulership rested. In Zerath, he found a teacher who operated under no such limitations, someone whose understanding of magical principles had been forged through genuine curiosity rather than political necessity. For Zerath, the friendship offered something equally precious but far more dangerous, a window into the mind of power itself. Through their conversations, he gained insights into how the ruling class viewed themselves and their responsibilities, understanding the psychological frameworks that allowed them to maintain their elevated positions while remaining convinced of their own righteousness. Azir's casual references to the natural order revealed assumptions so deeply ingrained they had become invisible to those who held them. But beyond these strategic considerations, Zerath found himself genuinely drawn to Azir's mind and character. Despite his privileged upbringing, the prince possessed a keen intelligence and a genuine desire to understand the world around him. His questions were thoughtful, his observations insightful, and his willingness to consider new perspectives suggested a flexibility of thought that was rare among those born to power. More importantly, Azir seemed to possess a genuine concern for the welfare of his future subjects, speaking often of his dreams for a more prosperous and unified Shurima. Their discussions ranged across every conceivable topic, from the mathematical principles governing magical energy flow to the philosophical implications of consciousness and free will. They debated the nature of justice, the responsibilities of leadership, and the delicate balance between order and freedom that any stable society required. These conversations were conducted in the spaces between Zerath's official duties, stolen moments of intellectual communion that both participants came to treasure above all other activities. As the months passed, their exchanges grew more intimate and more revealing. Azir began to share his private doubts about his readiness for the throne, his fears about living up to the legacy of his ancestors, and his dreams for reforms that would make Shurima not just powerful but truly great. He spoke of his vision for an empire that would be remembered not just for its conquests, but for its contributions to knowledge and culture, a civilization that would elevate all of its citizens rather than merely exploiting them. These confessions were both touching and tragic, revealing a young man who genuinely believed he could reform a system from within while remaining blind to the fundamental contradictions that made such reform impossible. Azir spoke eloquently of gradually improving conditions for slaves, of eventually perhaps eliminating the institution entirely, but his timeline for such changes extended across decades or centuries. He seemed to believe that incremental progress was not just preferable to dramatic change, but the only responsible approach to governance. Zerath listened to these dreams with a mixture of admiration and frustration. He could see the genuine compassion that motivated Azir's thinking, the sincere desire to create a better world for all of Shurima's inhabitants. But he could also see the naive assumptions that undermined these noble intentions, the failure to understand that those who profited from injustice would not voluntarily surrender their advantages simply because reform was morally necessary. The conversations revealed other aspects of Azir's character that both impressed and concerned Zerath. The prince possessed an almost childlike faith in the power of reason and goodwill to overcome entrenched interests. He believed that if he could simply explain the benefits of reform clearly enough, if he could demonstrate through personal example the virtue of treating all people with dignity and respect, then others would naturally follow his lead. It was a touching faith, but one that revealed how thoroughly his privileged upbringing had shielded him from the harsh realities of power and resistance. During this period, Zerath began to experience the peculiar psychological tension that came from maintaining multiple simultaneous relationships with the same person. There was the public relationship, conducted within the rigid protocols of master and slave, where he demonstrated appropriate deference and submission. There was the intellectual relationship, where they engaged as equals in the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. And increasingly, there was something approaching genuine friendship, moments of connection that transcended all social barriers and touched upon the fundamental humanity they shared. This complexity was both enriching and exhausting, requiring constant vigilance to maintain the appropriate demeanor for each context. A casual comment that would be perfectly acceptable during a private discussion of magical theory could be treasonous if overheard by the wrong ears during a formal interaction. Zerath learned to read the subtle cues that indicated which version of their relationship was currently in effect, adapting his behavior accordingly, while maintaining the continuity of their deeper connection. The friendship also provided Zerath with unprecedented access to information about the inner workings of the imperial government. Azir, perhaps lonely in his elevated position, and grateful for a confidant who sought nothing from him beyond intellectual companionship, began to share details about palace politics, upcoming ceremonies, and long-term strategic planning. These conversations were treasure troves of intelligence that would prove invaluable for anyone planning to challenge the existing power structure. Through Azir's casual comments, Zerath learned about the elaborate preparations being made for the prince's eventual ascension ceremony, the ritual that would transform him from mortal heir into divine emperor. The process was far more complex than the official accounts suggested, requiring months of preparation, the alignment of celestial bodies, and the coordination of dozens of high-ranking mages and priests. Most importantly, he learned that the ceremony would channel the full power of the sun disk, concentrating more magical energy in a single location than had ever been attempted before. This information crystallized Zerath's understanding of the opportunity that awaited him. The Ascension ceremony would represent a moment of unprecedented vulnerability for the Imperial system, a time when vast amounts of power would be flowing through carefully controlled channels. For someone with sufficient knowledge and preparation, it would be possible to intercept and redirect that energy, claiming for himself the divine transformation that was meant for another. But such knowledge came with its own burden of moral complexity. The more Zerath learned about Azir's plans for reform, the more he was forced to confront the possibility that his friend might actually succeed in creating the more just society they both desired. Perhaps patience and gradual change were indeed preferable to the violent upheaval that would inevitably accompany any attempt to seize power directly. Perhaps there was a path forward that would achieve his goals without requiring him to betray the trust of the one person who had ever treated him as an equal. These internal conflicts created a strange duality in Zerath's emotional life. During their conversations, he found himself genuinely hoping that Azir's optimistic vision might prove achievable, that friendship and mutual respect could indeed bridge the gap between their different positions in society. But during his solitary hours of magical practice and theoretical research, the cold logic of power relationships reasserted itself, reminding him of the countless slaves who had died waiting for reform that never came. The friendship also began to change Azir, in subtle but significant ways. Exposure to Zerath's perspective on imperial policies forced him to confront uncomfortable truths about the system he was destined to inherit. He began to ask more probing questions about the necessity of slavery, the justice of Shurima's expansion policies, and the true costs of imperial grandeur. These questions sometimes put him at odds with his other advisors, who viewed such concerns as dangerous distractions from the practical business of governance. More than once, Azir's public statements reflected ideas and principles that had clearly originated in his private conversations with Zerath. He spoke of the inherent dignity of all people, of the Empire's responsibility to protect the weak as well as reward the strong, of the true measure of greatness being found in the welfare of the humblest citizen rather than the grandeur of the palace. These pronouncements were generally well received by the common people, but created unease among the nobility, who correctly recognized them as challenges to the traditional justifications for their privileged positions. Zerath watched these developments with a mixture of pride and apprehension. On one hand, he was gratified to see his ideas taking root in the mind of the future emperor, evidence that his influence was already beginning to reshape the thinking of those in power. On the other hand, he recognized that such changes also made Azir a target for those who preferred the status quo, potentially undermining his ability to implement reforms, even after his ascension to the throne. The political implications of their friendship were not lost on either participant, though they dealt with these concerns in characteristically different ways. Azir, with the confidence of one born to power, seemed to believe that his royal prerogatives would protect him from serious challenge, that his eventual authority as emperor would be sufficient to overcome any resistance to his reform agenda. Zerath, with the wariness of one born to powerlessness, understood that established interests would not yield to moral arguments alone, that meaningful change would require the kind of leverage that only superior power could provide. As the seasons passed and their bond continued to deepen, both friends found themselves shaped by the relationship in ways that would have profound consequences for the future of Shurima. Azir's thinking became more sophisticated and more humane, influenced by exposure to perspectives that his formal education had never provided. Zerath's understanding of power and politics became more nuanced, informed by insights into the genuine constraints and pressures that shaped the decisions of rulers. Yet even as their intellectual and emotional connection grew stronger, the fundamental inequality of their positions remained an insurmountable barrier to true friendship. No matter how much mutual respect and affection they shared, at the end of each day, Azir returned to his palace of gold and marble, while Zerath returned to the slave quarters. The prince could afford to dream of gradual reform because time was on his side. The slave could not afford such patience, because his life might end at any moment through disease, accident, or the arbitrary cruelty of those who owned him. This tension created an underlying current of sadness in their relationship, a recognition that their connection existed despite the system rather than because of it. Both participants were aware that their friendship was built on a foundation of injustice, that the very circumstances that had brought them together were the same ones that made their equality impossible within the existing social order. The tragedy of their bond lay not in any failure of understanding or affection between them, but in the structural impossibility of reconciling their different positions within the imperial hierarchy. They could meet as equals in the realm of ideas, but in the realm of action, one remained master while the other remained slave. This contradiction would ultimately prove unsustainable, requiring resolution through means that neither friend yet fully comprehended. As our exploration of their golden friendship draws toward its close, we see two brilliant minds united by mutual respect and genuine affection, yet divided by circumstances beyond either one's individual control. In their conversations and shared discoveries, in their debates and moments of quiet understanding, lay the seeds of both greatness and tragedy, the potential for transformation that could elevate an empire or destroy it entirely. The bond between Azir and Zerath represented something precious and rare in a world divided by artificial barriers of birth and status, but it also represented something dangerous and unstable, a challenge to the very foundations upon which their society rested. In their friendship, the human heart's capacity for connection had transcended the boundaries imposed by social convention, creating a relationship that was both beautiful and ultimately impossible to sustain. In those final days of innocence, before ambition and necessity would force them onto divergent paths, perhaps both friends still believed that their bond was strong enough to overcome any obstacle, that love and understanding could indeed transform the world without destroying it. Perhaps they still hoped that the future would find a way to honor both their shared dreams and their individual destinies. But already the currents of fate were beginning to pull them in different directions, toward a confrontation that would test not just their friendship but the very nature of power itself. The golden age of their connection was drawing to its close, though neither yet realized that the choices they would soon be forced to make would transform them both into something history would remember in legend rather than friendship. As you drift towards sleep tonight, perhaps you might reflect on the relationships that shape us most profoundly, those connections that challenge us to become more than we ever imagined possible. How do we balance loyalty to those we love against the demands of our deepest convictions, and where do we find the courage to choose between them when circumstances make such choices inevitable? Chapter 4. The Forbidden Arts. In the deepest vaults of knowledge, where shadows guard secrets too dangerous for common understanding, a mind consumed by possibility began to probe the very foundations of divine power itself. Tonight, as forbidden whispers echo through the corridors of memory, let us venture into the hidden chambers of learning, where Zerath first glimpsed the true nature of ascension, and witness how the pursuit of ultimate knowledge became an addiction more intoxicating than any earthly pleasure. The restricted archives of Shurima's great library were protected by more than mere locks and guards. Layers of magical wards surrounded the forbidden texts, enchantments designed to repel casual intrusion and alert the authorities to any unauthorized access. These protections had been crafted by master mages over the course of centuries, each layer added to address new threats and close loopholes discovered by previous generations of knowledge seekers. For most people, even most scholars, these barriers represented an insurmountable obstacle to accessing the Empire's most dangerous secrets. But Zerath was no ordinary seeker of knowledge. His friendship with Prince Azir had provided him with opportunities to study these protective measures during legitimate research sessions, noting their patterns and analyzing their weaknesses. His growing magical abilities allowed him to perceive the subtle energy flows that powered the ward networks, understanding their logic with the clarity of one who had internalized the fundamental principles they employed. Most importantly, his position as a trusted copyist had given him access to maintenance records that detailed the precise specifications of each protection layer. The first time Zerath successfully penetrated the restricted archives, his hands trembled not with fear, but with anticipation. Here, hidden away from the eyes of all but the most privileged scholars, lay the true history of Shurima's magical development. These were not the sanitized accounts provided for general consumption, but the raw research notes, failed experiments, and theoretical speculations that had led to the Empire's current mastery of Ascension magic. The texts were written in an archaic form of High Shuriman, dense with technical terminology and cross-references to other forbidden works. Reading them required not just linguistic skill but deep familiarity with magical theory, as the authors had assumed their audience would consist entirely of master practitioners. For someone of Zerath's caliber, however, these challenges were merely obstacles to be overcome through careful study and methodical analysis. What he discovered in those midnight hours of secret reading fundamentally altered his understanding of the nature of power itself. The official histories portrayed Ascension as a divine blessing, granted to worthy mortals through the beneficence of celestial forces channeled through the sun disk. But the forbidden texts revealed a far more complex reality, describing Ascension as an intricate magical process that could be understood, refined, and potentially replicated by anyone with sufficient knowledge and resources. The earliest documents detailed the theoretical work that had preceded the construction of the sun disk, centuries of research into the nature of divine energy, and the mechanisms by which it could be harnessed for mortal purposes. These ancient scholars had not been content to wait for divine favor. They had sought to understand the underlying principles that governed the relationship between celestial power and earthly transformation. Zerath read accounts of failed experiments that had cost dozens of lives, prototypes that had exploded with devastating force, and gradual refinements that had slowly improved the safety and effectiveness of the ascension process. He studied mathematical formulas describing energy flow rates, detailed diagrams of ritual circle geometry, and precise measurements of the celestial alignments required for optimal power transfer. Most revelatory of all were the personal journals of the master artificers who had designed and constructed the sun disk itself. These private accounts, never intended for publication, revealed the true scope of the project and the enormous challenges that had been overcome through mortal ingenuity rather than divine intervention. The sun disk was not a gift from the heavens, but a triumph of magical engineering, an artificial star created through techniques that could theoretically be reproduced by any civilization with sufficient knowledge and resources. But perhaps the most dangerous knowledge contained within these forbidden texts concerned the inefficiencies inherent in the current ascension process. The ritual that transformed mortals into ascended beings was crude by the standards described in the theoretical literature, capturing only a fraction of the energy channeled through the sun disk and allowing the rest to dissipate harmlessly into the environment. A more sophisticated understanding of magical theory could potentially design an improved process that captured this waste energy, creating a transformation far more complete and powerful than anything achieved by the current imperial system. These discoveries sent waves of excitement through Zerath's consciousness, visions of possibilities that extended far beyond his original dreams of freedom. He had begun his journey seeking merely to escape the chains of slavery, but now he glimpsed the potential to transcend the limitations of mortality itself. The power described in these texts was not just political authority, but fundamental control over the forces that shaped reality, the ability to remake the world according to his own vision of justice and order. But theoretical knowledge, no matter how profound, remained useless without the practical means to apply it. The forbidden texts described techniques and procedures that required resources far beyond what any individual, even a privileged one, could hope to assemble. The construction of even a miniature version of the sun disk would require rare materials, specialized tools, and the coordinated efforts of dozens of master craftsmen working in perfect secrecy. Moreover, the actual performance of an ascension ritual, even an improved one, would require enormous amounts of focused magical energy channeled through precisely calibrated systems at exactly the right celestial moment. The margin for error was essentially non-existent. A single miscalculation or moment of imprecise timing could result in catastrophic failure that would not only kill the subject but potentially devastate the surrounding area for miles in every direction. These practical challenges forced Zerath to think beyond simple acquisition of knowledge toward the development of long-term strategies for gathering the resources and opportunities necessary to transform theory into reality. He began to catalog the materials described in the forbidden texts, noting which ones might be available through legitimate channels and which would require more creative acquisition methods. He studied the personnel records of the Empire's master craftsmen, identifying those whose skills would be essential for any complex magical construction project. Most importantly, he began to focus his attention on the existing infrastructure that supported Shurima's current ascension capabilities. Rather than attempting to build entirely new systems from scratch, it might be possible to modify or redirect existing ones for his own purposes. The sun disk itself, with its vast accumulated power and sophisticated energy management systems, represented the ultimate prize for anyone seeking to achieve ascension through unauthorized means. This line of thinking led Zerath to a disturbing but compelling realization: the most efficient path to ascension might involve hijacking Prince Azir's own transformation ceremony. The ritual that would elevate his friend to divine status would channel more concentrated magical energy than had ever been assembled in a single location, creating a moment of unprecedented opportunity for someone with the knowledge and preparation necessary to intercept and redirect that power. The moral implications of such a plan were staggering, but Zerath found himself increasingly capable of setting aside emotional considerations in favor of practical analysis. His friendship with Azir was genuine and precious, but it was also a product of circumstances that neither of them had chosen. The fundamental inequality of their positions made true equality impossible within the existing system, and gradual reform, even if successful, would take far longer than any individual slave could reasonably expect to survive. From this perspective, seizing Azir's ascension energy would not be a betrayal of their friendship, but rather a completion of it, a transformation that would finally allow them to meet as true equals. An ascended Zerath would possess the power necessary to implement the reforms they had discussed, creating the just society that Azir dreamed of, but lacked the leverage to achieve through conventional means. These rationalizations were seductive but incomplete, failing to address the harsh reality that Azir might not survive having his ascension energy stolen at the moment of transformation. The forbidden texts were clear about the catastrophic consequences of interrupted ascension rituals, describing them as events that typically left nothing behind but crystallized sand and residual magical radiation. To steal Azir's power would almost certainly mean killing his only friend, a price that Zerath was not yet prepared to acknowledge, let alone accept. As his study of the forbidden arts continued, Zerath found himself changing in ways that went beyond mere accumulation of knowledge. The constant exposure to descriptions of ultimate power, combined with the psychological strain of maintaining his secret research while preserving the facade of loyal servitude, began to alter his fundamental perspective on morality and relationships. He started to view other people primarily in terms of their potential utility for his long-term plans, analyzing their skills, resources, and positions rather than connecting with them as individuals worthy of consideration in their own right. The slaves who worked alongside him in the library became potential allies or obstacles rather than fellow sufferers deserving of compassion. The scholars and nobles who visited the archives became sources of information to be carefully cultivated rather than people with their own legitimate concerns and interests. Even his relationship with Azir began to acquire a calculating dimension that had not existed during the earlier days of their friendship. While he continued to value their intellectual exchanges and feel genuine affection for the prince's character, he also found himself studying Azir's habits, routines, and vulnerabilities with the dispassionate analysis of someone planning a complex operation. Knowledge of his friend's schedule, his magical abilities, and his personal relationships all became data points in an emerging strategy for achieving the ultimate transformation. This gradual erosion of emotional connection was perhaps the most insidious effect of his immersion in the forbidden arts. The texts themselves were not explicitly corrupting. They contained no demonic influences or mind-altering enchantments, but the knowledge they provided was so intoxicating The possibilities they described so far beyond normal human experience that prolonged exposure inevitably changed the reader's sense of proportion and priority. Zerath began to experience what the ancient texts described as perspective displacement, a psychological condition that affected all serious students of ascension theory. The more one understood about the nature of divine power, the more trivial mortal concerns appeared by comparison. Relationships, emotions, and ethical considerations that had once seemed important gradually faded into insignificance when measured against the prospect of transcending mortality itself. The symptoms of this displacement were subtle at first, manifesting as increased patience with delays and obstacles, enhanced focus on long-term goals at the expense of immediate pleasures, and a growing sense of detachment from the concerns of others. But as the condition progressed, it led to more profound changes in personality and worldview, transforming even fundamentally compassionate individuals into beings capable of tremendous cruelty in pursuit of their ultimate objectives. Zerath was aware of these dangers, having read the warnings contained within the texts themselves, but he found himself unable to moderate his consumption of forbidden knowledge. Each new discovery led to questions that could only be answered through further research, creating an addictive cycle that drew him deeper into obsession with each passing day. The theoretical understanding he was accumulating represented the difference between remaining a slave forever and achieving power beyond imagining. The risks of psychological transformation seemed acceptable when weighed against such momentous stakes. His magical practice during this period became increasingly focused on techniques that would be necessary for the eventual implementation of his plans. He learned to manipulate increasingly complex energy patterns, to maintain multiple simultaneous spell effects, and to perceive magical phenomena across vast distances. Most importantly, he began to develop the specialized skills required for intercepting and redirecting magical energy flows, practicing on small-scale versions of the techniques he would eventually need to employ during an actual ascension ceremony. These practice sessions were conducted in the deepest sub-basements of the library complex, in chambers so far below ground level that even the most sensitive magical detection systems could not penetrate their natural shielding. Here, surrounded by the accumulated weight of countless tons of stone and earth, Zerath could experiment with dangerous techniques without fear of discovery or accidental harm to others. The progression of his abilities during this period was remarkable even by the standards established in the forbidden texts. His natural talent for magical manipulation, combined with his theoretical understanding and obsessive dedication to practice, allowed him to master techniques that typically required decades of study. He found himself able to perform feats that should have been beyond the capabilities of any mortal practitioner, drawing power from sources and employing methods that existed at the very limits of what the current magical paradigms considered possible. These achievements filled him with a sense of destiny that went beyond mere personal ambition. Surely such rapid advancement, such intuitive understanding of principles that confounded master scholars, indicated that he was meant for something greater than a life spent in chains. The universe itself seemed to be preparing him for a transformation that would reshape not just his own existence but the fundamental nature of power and authority throughout Runeterra. But even as his capabilities expanded exponentially, Zerath remained acutely aware of the enormous gap between his current abilities and those required for a successful ascension attempt. The energy levels involved in divine transformation were orders of magnitude beyond anything he had yet been able to manipulate, requiring not just superior technique, but access to power sources that existed only in the most carefully guarded locations within the Empire. As our exploration of Zerath's descent into the forbidden arts draws toward its close, we see a brilliant mind being gradually consumed by possibilities that extend far beyond the original scope of his ambitions. What had begun as a quest for freedom had evolved into something far more dangerous, an obsession with transcendence that was slowly eroding the very humanity it claimed to be liberating. The young man who had once dreamed simply of breaking his chains had become something else entirely, a being whose understanding of power had grown so sophisticated that normal moral constraints no longer seemed relevant to his deliberations. In his midnight studies and secret experiments, In his careful cataloging of resources and opportunities lay the blueprint for a transformation that would either elevate him to divinity or destroy everything he had ever claimed to value. The forbidden knowledge he had consumed was changing him in ways that went beyond mere academic learning, reshaping his priorities and perspectives until the distinction between liberation and domination became increasingly difficult to perceive. The arts he studied promised ultimate freedom, but at a cost that was only beginning to reveal itself in the growing coldness with which he evaluated the world around him. As you settle into the quiet embrace of sleep tonight, perhaps you might consider the seductive nature of knowledge that promises to solve all problems through the application of sufficient power. How do we recognize the moment when our pursuit of the means to achieve justice becomes an end that corrupts the very goals we originally sought to serve? Chapter 5. The Great Deception. In the shadow of great events, where destiny takes shape through the careful orchestration of countless small betrayals, a master of manipulation began to weave the threads of his ultimate gambit. Tonight, as the weight of unspoken truth settles around us like evening mist, let us witness the meticulous planning and heartbreaking deception that would transform the greatest friendship in Shuriman history into the catalyst for an empire's fall. The announcement of Prince Azir's ascension ceremony came with the pomp and grandeur befitting the most significant event in generations. Throughout the empire, from the golden spires of the capital to the most distant provincial outposts, citizens celebrated the approaching transformation of their beloved prince into a divine emperor. Festivals erupted in every city, temples offered continuous prayers for the ceremony's success, and scholars worked feverishly to prepare the elaborate rituals that would channel the sun disk's power into mortal flesh. For Zerath, the announcement represented something entirely different, the moment when years of theoretical preparation would finally transform into practical action. Everything he had studied, every technique he had mastered, every resource he had carefully catalogued, would now be brought together in service of a plan so audacious that its very conception would have been considered madness by anyone who did not share his comprehensive understanding of Ascension magic. The official timeline for the ceremony provided Zerath with crucial information about the scope of his opportunity. The preparations would require 6 months of intensive work, beginning with the alignment of celestial observation equipment and progressing through increasingly complex magical calibrations that would culminate in the moment of transformation itself. Each phase of preparation would provide him with opportunities to introduce subtle modifications that would serve his ultimate purpose while remaining invisible to even the most experienced practitioners. But the success of his plan would depend on far more than technical expertise. The Ascension ceremony would be attended by every master mage in the Empire, watched by thousands of nobility and high-ranking officials, and protected by security measures that had been refined over centuries of imperial tradition. To successfully redirect the ceremony's energy flows without being detected would require not just magical skill, but a level of deception and misdirection that challenged even Zerath's considerable abilities. The first phase of his preparations involved establishing the logistical foundation necessary for such an enormous undertaking. He began to cultivate relationships with key personnel involved in the ceremony's preparation, presenting himself as an enthusiastic supporter, eager to contribute whatever assistance might be needed. His reputation as Prince Azir's trusted scholarly companion opened doors that would have remained closed to any ordinary slave, providing him with access to information and resources that were essential for understanding the ceremony's true complexity. Through careful questioning and strategic volunteering for research tasks, Zerath gradually assembled a comprehensive understanding of every aspect of the planned ritual. He learned the precise positioning of the energy-focusing crystals, the timing of each incantation phase, and the specific roles that would be played by each of the dozens of mages and priests involved in the ceremony. Most importantly, he identified the critical moments when the energy flows would be most vulnerable to redirection, the brief windows of opportunity when a sufficiently skilled practitioner could intercept the power meant for another. The psychological challenge of maintaining his deception during this period was enormous. Each conversation with Azir about the upcoming ceremony felt like a betrayal. Each expression of excitement about the prince's approaching transformation a lie that burned in his throat like acid. The friendship that had once been his greatest source of joy became a constant reminder of the terrible choice he was making, the price he was prepared to pay for the power to reshape the world according to his vision of justice. But Zerath had learned to compartmentalize his emotions, separating his genuine affection for Azir from the cold calculations required by his ultimate objective. He told himself that what he planned was not truly a betrayal, but rather a completion of their friendship's deepest purpose, a transformation that would finally allow them to work together as equals in creating the better world they both desired. The fact that Azir might not survive the redirection of his ascension energy was a tragic necessity, but not one that should be allowed to prevent the implementation of necessary change. The technical aspects of his preparation were staggeringly complex, requiring the secret construction of artifacts and the careful modification of existing magical infrastructure without alerting the ceremony's other participants to his activities. Zerath spent countless nights in the deep workshops beneath the palace complex, using his legitimate access to research materials as cover for the creation of specialized tools that would be essential for his plan's success. The most crucial of these was a personal focusing device that would allow him to channel and contain the enormous energies he intended to steal during the ceremony. The artifact's construction required materials so rare and techniques so esoteric that their acquisition and application stretched even his considerable resources to their limits. Each component had to be obtained through different channels, assembled in separate locations, and tested under conditions that would not reveal their true purpose to any potential observers. Parallel to these technical preparations, Zerath began the delicate process of positioning himself within the ceremony's organizational structure in ways that would provide him with the access and authority necessary to implement his plan. He volunteered for increasingly responsible roles in the preparation process, demonstrating such exceptional competence and dedication that his supervisors began to rely on him for tasks that would normally be reserved for much more senior personnel. This gradual assumption of responsibility was perhaps the most psychologically difficult aspect of his deception. The trust that his colleagues placed in him, the respect they showed for his expertise, and the genuine camaraderie that developed among the ceremony's preparation team all served as constant reminders of the betrayal he was planning. These were good people, dedicated servants of the Empire, who believed they were working toward a moment of unprecedented glory and celebration. None of them deserved the chaos and destruction that would inevitably follow the successful implementation of his plans, but Zerath had progressed beyond the point where such considerations could deter him from his chosen course. The forbidden knowledge he had absorbed had fundamentally altered his perspective on morality and consequence, allowing him to view individual suffering as an acceptable cost for the achievement of greater goals. The Empire's current structure was unjust and unsustainable. If violence and chaos were required to replace it with something better, then such costs were simply the price of necessary progress. His interactions with Prince Azir during this period became exercises in carefully controlled duplicity that tested the very limits of his emotional endurance. The prince's excitement about his approaching transformation, his gratitude for Zerath's assistance with the preparations, and his obvious anticipation of the reforms he would finally be able to implement as an ascended emperor, all served as constant reminders of the friendship that was about to be sacrificed on the altar of transcendent ambition. Azir spoke often during this time about his plans for the Empire's future, sharing dreams and aspirations that revealed the depth of his genuine concern for his subjects' welfare. He described his vision of a Shurima, where slavery would be gradually eliminated, where merit rather than birth would determine social position, and where the Empire's vast resources would be directed toward the betterment of all citizens rather than the enrichment of a privileged few. These conversations were both inspiring and heartbreaking, revealing the nobility of spirit that had first drawn Zerath to Azir, while simultaneously demonstrating the naive assumptions that made such reforms impossible within the existing power structure. The prince genuinely believed that moral authority and good intentions would be sufficient to overcome centuries of entrenched privilege and systematic exploitation. He failed to understand that those who profited from injustice would not yield to reason and persuasion, that meaningful change would require the kind of leverage that only superior power could provide. Zerath listened to these dreams with a mixture of admiration and pity, recognizing both their moral beauty and their practical impossibility. Azir's vision of gradual reform was appealing in its gentleness, but it ignored the harsh reality that slaves died young and forgotten, that every day of delay meant countless additional lives lost to a system that treated human beings as disposable resources. The prince could afford to think in terms of decades or centuries because time was on his side. For those born to bondage, such patience was a luxury that circumstances did not permit. As the ceremony's date approached, and the intensity of preparations increased exponentially, Zerath found himself operating at the very limits of his physical and emotional endurance. The maintenance of his various deceptions, the completion of his technical preparations, the careful positioning of all necessary resources required a level of sustained focus and energy that left him exhausted in ways that went far beyond mere physical fatigue. The weight of impending betrayal seemed to press down upon him like a physical force, making even simple interactions with others feel like enormous efforts of will. He began to experience symptoms that the forbidden texts had warned him about: emotional numbing, perspective distortion, and a growing sense of detachment from the concerns and relationships that had once provided meaning to his existence. But alongside these disturbing changes came a surge of power and clarity that seemed to validate the necessity of his chosen path. His magical abilities continued to expand at an unprecedented rate, as if the universe itself was preparing him for the transformation that awaited. He found himself able to perceive energy flows with crystalline precision, to manipulate complex magical phenomena with effortless grace, and to maintain multiple simultaneous spell effects that should have been beyond the capabilities of any mortal practitioner. These developments filled him with a sense of destiny that transcended personal ambition, a conviction that he was being prepared by forces beyond normal understanding for a role that would reshape the fundamental nature of power and authority throughout Runeterra. The guilt and anguish he felt about betraying Azir's trust seemed increasingly irrelevant when measured against the cosmic significance of what he was about to achieve. The final weeks before the ceremony were marked by a frenzy of activity that consumed every moment of every day. Last-minute adjustments to magical calibrations, final tests of energy-focusing systems, and endless rehearsals of the ritual sequences that would transform mortal flesh into divine essence. Zerath threw himself into these preparations with an enthusiasm that seemed genuine to all observers, playing his role as loyal supporter and dedicated assistant with consummate skill. But beneath this facade of devoted service, he was making the final adjustments to his own preparations, ensuring that every element of his plan was positioned for optimal effectiveness. The artifacts he would need were hidden in carefully chosen locations throughout the ceremony site. The energy redirection systems he had secretly constructed were tested and ready for activation. Most importantly, his own magical abilities had been honed to the precise level of sophistication required for the delicate manipulations that would transform another's ascension into his own apotheosis. The psychological cost of these final preparations was enormous, requiring him to maintain perfect composure while internally grappling with the magnitude of what he was about to attempt. The friendship that had sustained him through years of bondage and study was about to be sacrificed for the chance to transcend every limitation that circumstances had imposed upon him. The trust that others had placed in him was about to be rewarded with betrayal on a scale that would reshape an empire. But Zerath had progressed beyond the point where emotional considerations could alter his determination to proceed. The knowledge he had gained, the power he had developed, and the vision he had cultivated all pointed toward a single moment of unprecedented opportunity that would never come again. To hesitate now would be to accept permanent servitude, to abandon not just his own liberation but the possibility of creating the just society that he and Azir had dreamed of together. As the final day approached and the last preparations were completed, Zerath stood at the threshold of a transformation that would either elevate him to divinity or destroy everything he had ever claimed to value. The great deception was nearly complete. the stage set for a betrayal that would echo through history as one of the most audacious and terrible acts ever contemplated by mortal ambition. In those final hours before the ceremony, as he made his last adjustments and prepared his mind for the ordeal ahead, perhaps Zerath still hoped that some miraculous intervention might provide an alternative path, some way to achieve his goals without destroying his friendship with Azir. Perhaps he still believed that understanding and forgiveness might somehow bridge the gap between betrayer and betrayed once the transformation was complete. But deep in his heart, where his truest knowledge lived like burning coals of certainty, Zerath knew that some choices, once made, could never be unmade. The path he had chosen led inexorably toward a moment of decision that would transform him into either a god or a monster, with no possibility of remaining merely human. As you prepare for sleep tonight, consider the subtle ways that noble goals can justify increasingly questionable methods, and how the pursuit of justice can gradually transform into something indistinguishable from the very tyranny it seeks to overthrow. At what point does the desire to create a better world become an excuse for abandoning the moral principles that made such a world worth creating in the first place? Chapter 6. The moment of betrayal. At the apex of glory, where mortal ambition reaches toward divine transcendence, a single moment of treachery shattered the greatest empire Runeterra had ever known. Tonight, as the silence between heartbeats holds the weight of eternity, let us witness the culmination of years of preparation and deception. The instant when friendship was sacrificed upon the altar of ultimate power, and observe how a single act of betrayal transformed paradise into ruin. The morning of the Ascension ceremony dawned with an ethereal beauty that seemed to promise the beginning of a new golden age for Shurima. The sun disk, hanging suspended above the capital like a second sun, pulsed with gentle rhythms that resonated through the magical infrastructure of the entire empire. Citizens lined the great processional routes, their voices raised in songs of celebration that echoed from the palace walls to the furthest districts of the sprawling city. The very air itself seemed to vibrate with anticipation, as if the universe was holding its breath in preparation for the momentous transformation about to unfold. Within the ceremonial chamber at the heart of the palace complex, the final preparations proceeded with clockwork precision honed through months of meticulous rehearsal. Master mages moved through their assigned positions with the fluid grace of dancers, each gesture carefully choreographed to contribute to the greater symphony of magical forces that would soon elevate Prince Azir beyond the limitations of mortal flesh. The ritual circle, carved from a single massive crystal and inlaid with precious metals that formed geometric patterns of staggering complexity, gleamed in the light of hundreds of floating orbs that would soon focus the sun disk's power into transformative radiance. Zerath stood among the gathered practitioners, his expression a masterpiece of controlled anticipation that revealed nothing of the storm raging within his consciousness. To any observer, he appeared to be exactly what he claimed to be, a devoted friend and loyal servant, honored to participate in the most significant ceremony in his lifetime. His hands were steady as he performed his assigned tasks, his voice calm as he coordinated with other participants, his entire demeanor that of someone whose only concern was the successful completion of the sacred ritual. But beneath this carefully maintained facade, his awareness was operating on multiple levels simultaneously. Part of his attention tracked the precise positioning of energy, focusing crystals, and the timing of incantation sequences, noting the subtle variations from rehearsal that always occurred during actual implementation. Another portion of his consciousness monitored the hidden artifacts he had secreted throughout the chamber, ensuring that each component of his personal enhancement system remained properly concealed and ready for activation at the crucial moment. Most demanding of all was the emotional discipline required to maintain his deception while standing so close to Prince Azir, watching his friend prepare for a transformation that would never be completed. The prince moved through the pre-ceremony rituals with a combination of nervous excitement and solemn dignity, clearly aware of the momentous nature of what was about to occur, while trying to project the confidence appropriate to his royal status. Their eyes met several times during the final preparations, and each exchange felt like a knife twisting in Zerath's heart. Azir's expression radiated trust and gratitude, the look of someone who considered himself blessed to have such a loyal friend present during the most important moment of his life. The prince had specifically requested Zerath's inclusion in the ceremony, arguing that his scholarly expertise and personal dedication made him an invaluable addition to the ritual team. As the appointed hour approached and the magical energies began to build toward their crescendo, Zerath found himself struggling with doubts that he had thought were long since resolved. The magnitude of what he was about to attempt seemed to press down upon him like a physical weight, making each breath an effort of will. The friendship that was about to be destroyed had been the most precious thing in his life, the one relationship that had made his years of bondage bearable and given meaning to his dreams of a better future. But these moments of weakness were quickly overwhelmed by the surge of power that accompanied the ceremony's commencement. As the sun disk's energy began to flow through the carefully prepared channels, Zerath felt the familiar intoxication of magical forces beyond normal comprehension. The theoretical knowledge he had absorbed from the forbidden texts merged with practical experience gained through years of secret practice, creating a synthesis of understanding that seemed to elevate his consciousness beyond the limitations of mortal perception. The ritual itself unfolded with the majestic grandeur that befitted an event of such cosmic significance. Ancient words of power echoed through the chamber as master mages wove increasingly complex patterns of energy manipulation, each gesture adding another layer to the magical matrix that would soon transform flesh into something approaching divinity. The air itself became visible, shimmering with currents of force that responded to the practitioner's will like liquid light given purposeful direction. Prince Azir took his position at the center of the ritual circle, his bearing regal despite the vulnerability of his situation. The transformation process would require him to surrender conscious control, trusting completely in the skill of those who surrounded him and the wisdom of traditions that stretched back through centuries of successful ascensions. As the energies began to focus upon his mortal form, his expression shifted from nervous anticipation to serene acceptance, the look of someone prepared to embrace his destiny regardless of its ultimate cost. Zerath watched these developments with the predatory focus of a hunter preparing to strike, every sense attuned to the subtle shifts in energy flow that would signal the approach of his moment of opportunity. The power channeling through the chamber was beyond anything he had ever experienced, a torrent of celestial force that seemed capable of remaking reality itself according to the will of those skilled enough to direct it. The temptation to act prematurely was enormous, but he forced himself to wait for the precise instant when intervention would be most effective. That moment came as the transformation process reached its critical phase, when the boundaries between Azir's mortal essence and the divine energy surrounding him began to blur and merge. The prince's form started to shine with inner light, his physical structure becoming increasingly translucent as celestial power flowed through every cell of his being. This was the point of maximum vulnerability, when the energy flows were most concentrated and least stable, when a sufficiently skilled practitioner could redirect the entire process without the safeguards built into the ritual being able to compensate. Zerath's activation of his hidden systems was so smooth and subtle that none of the other participants detected anything amiss until it was far too late to intervene. The artifacts he had secreted throughout the chamber came online in perfect synchronization, creating an invisible network of energy manipulation devices that began to siphon power away from its intended target. The mathematical precision required for such an undertaking was staggering, demanding calculations performed at inhuman speed, while maintaining perfect control over forces that could annihilate entire cities if allowed to go wild. The first sign that something was wrong came when the ritual circle's energy patterns began to shift in ways that defied the carefully planned sequences. Instead of flowing toward Prince Azir in the controlled streams that would complete his transformation, the power started to spiral outward in complex helical patterns that seemed to violate fundamental principles of magical theory. The master mages responsible for maintaining the ceremony's stability shouted warnings and attempted corrective measures, but their efforts were useless against manipulations they could not understand or predict. Prince Azir himself was among the last to realize what was happening. So complete was his trust in those who surrounded him, and so overwhelming was the experience of partial transformation. When awareness finally penetrated the haze of divine energy that surrounded his consciousness, his eyes found Zerath among the crowd of panicking practitioners. The expression of betrayed comprehension that crossed his features in that moment would haunt Zerath through all the centuries of his subsequent existence, a look of such profound hurt and disbelief that it seemed to cut deeper than any physical wound. But there was no time for explanations or apologies, no opportunity for final words between friends who would never again meet as equals. The energy redirection process, once begun, demanded Zerath's complete attention and absolute precision to prevent catastrophic collapse that would destroy not just the ceremonial chamber, but potentially the entire palace complex. He found himself caught in a feedback loop of increasing power and expanding consciousness, his awareness growing to encompass forces and phenomena that no mortal mind was designed to comprehend. The transformation that followed was unlike anything described in the forbidden texts, a process so violent and chaotic that it seemed to rewrite the fundamental laws of magical theory in real time. Instead of the gentle elevation of consciousness and gradual assumption of divine attributes that characterized normal ascension, Zerath experienced an explosive expansion of capability that threatened to tear his identity apart at the seams. Raw power flowed through him in torrents that defied containment, remaking his essential nature with each passing second, while forcing him to adapt or be destroyed by energies beyond mortal comprehension. His physical form began to change first, flesh and bone becoming increasingly translucent as they struggled to contain forces that belonged to realms beyond material existence. The pain was indescribable, as if every cell in his body was being simultaneously destroyed and recreated in patterns that had never before existed in the natural world. But alongside the agony came exhilaration of unprecedented intensity, the intoxicating rush of limitations falling away like discarded chains. The other participants in the ceremony found themselves caught in the expanding chaos of energies that no longer responded to any attempt at control or direction. Master mages who had spent lifetimes studying the principles of safe magical practice watched in horror as their carefully constructed systems collapsed into anarchic destruction. Some fled toward the chamber's exits, while others attempted desperate measures to contain or redirect the runaway forces, but all such efforts proved futile against the scope of the disaster that was unfolding. Prince Azir, partially transformed and caught between mortal and divine states, suffered perhaps the cruelest fate of all. The interrupted ascension process left him neither fully human nor truly ascended, trapped in a liminal state that was sustained only by the residual energies of the disrupted ritual. His consciousness expanded beyond normal parameters, but denied the stabilizing framework that successful transformation would have provided, became a kaleidoscope of fragmented awareness and conflicting impulses. The palace complex itself began to show signs of structural damage as the uncontrolled magical forces interacted with the architectural systems that had been designed to channel and focus such energies safely. Windows exploded outward in showers of crystalline fragments, walls cracked along stress lines that followed the paths of magical current flows, and entire sections of the building began to collapse as their foundational enchantments failed under impossible strain. But Zerath was beyond awareness of such mundane concerns, lost in the experience of transformation that was remaking him into something that transcended every category of existence he had previously understood. His consciousness expanded to encompass not just the immediate chamber, but the entire palace complex, the capital city, and eventually the empire itself. He could perceive the flow of magical energy through every artifact and enchantment in Shurima, understanding for the first time the true scope of the power network that had sustained the greatest civilization in Runeterra's history. With that understanding came the horrifying realization that his actions were not merely redirecting the Ascension ceremony's energy, but fundamentally destabilizing the entire imperial magical infrastructure. The sun disk, designed to channel celestial power in carefully controlled patterns, was being forced to operate far beyond its design parameters. The feedback effects of his transformation were propagating through every connected system, creating cascade failures that would ultimately bring down not just the palace, but the entire technological foundation upon which Shuriman's civilization depended. The irony of his situation was crushing in its absolute completeness. In seeking to claim the power necessary to reform an unjust system, he had instead triggered its total destruction. The empire that he had hoped to reshape according to his vision of justice was collapsing around him, its accumulated knowledge and cultural achievements being reduced to rubble by the very forces he had unleashed in pursuit of liberation. But there was no possibility of stopping or reversing what had been set in motion. The transformation process had progressed beyond any point where conscious control could be reasserted, carrying him inexorably toward a form of existence that bore little resemblance to his original humanity. His physical body was dissolving into patterns of pure energy, his consciousness expanding to encompass perspectives and capabilities that mortal minds were never intended to possess. The last coherent thought he experienced, as a recognizably human entity, was a moment of perfect clarity about the price of his ambition. He had sought transcendence and achieved it, but the cost had been everything he had ever claimed to value. His friendship with Azir, his connection to humanity, his dreams of creating a more just society, and ultimately his own identity as anything other than a force of cosmic destruction. As the ceremonial chamber collapsed into ruins and the palace complex began its final disintegration, as the capital city was consumed by magical fires that would burn for days before finally exhausting themselves, as the greatest empire in Runeterra's history crumbled into sand and memory, Zerath completed his transformation into something beyond mortal understanding. What emerged from the ruins of his humanity was no longer recognizably the slave who had dreamed of freedom, but rather a being of pure magical energy, whose very existence represented a fundamental violation of the natural order. The moment of betrayal was complete, its consequences rippling outward through space and time, like shock waves from an explosion that had shattered, not just an empire, but the entire framework of possibility that had previously defined the relationship between mortal ambition and divine power. As our witnessing of this cosmic tragedy draws to its close, we see the ultimate irony of unchecked ambition, that in seeking to transcend every limitation, Zerath had instead become the very thing he had most despised, a force of destruction that consumed everything in its path, while creating nothing of lasting value in return. As you drift toward the peace of sleep tonight, perhaps you might reflect on the terrible mathematics of betrayal and consider how the pursuit of justice through unjust means inevitably transforms the seeker into the very evil they originally sought to oppose. At what point does the desire for freedom become indistinguishable from the hunger for domination? And how do we recognize when our noblest intentions have become corrupted beyond all possibility of redemption? Chapter 7. The Arcane Prison. In the aftermath of catastrophe, where the ashes of empire settled like snow upon the ruins of ambition, a being of pure energy found itself trapped within bonds more absolute than any mortal chains had ever been. Tonight, as darkness enfolds us in its gentle embrace, let us descend into the depths of an imprisonment that would span millennia, witnessing how the theft of divine power became a curse, more terrible than any earthly bondage could ever have been. The immediate aftermath of Zerath's transformation was chaos beyond description, a maelstrom of unleashed forces that defied every attempt at comprehension or control. Where the ceremonial chamber had once stood, now only a crater of fused sand and twisted metal remained, its edges still glowing with residual energies that would take centuries to fully dissipate. The palace complex, once the architectural marvel of the known world, had been reduced to scattered rubble that stretched across miles of devastated landscape, its golden spires and crystal gardens, now nothing more than glittering debris scattered by winds that howled with unnatural fury. But perhaps most disturbing of all was the being that had emerged from this destruction, an entity of crackling energy and terrible intelligence that bore only the faintest resemblance to the slave who had once dreamed of simple freedom. Zerath's new form was magnificent and horrifying in equal measure, a constantly shifting matrix of pure magical force that seemed to bend space itself around its presence. Lightning danced between patterns that suggested limbs and torso, while coherent thought manifested as geometric designs of impossible complexity that appeared and dissolved in the roiling energies that had replaced his flesh. The power he now possessed was everything the forbidden texts had promised, and more, capabilities that extended far beyond what any mortal mind had ever conceived as possible. He could perceive the flow of magical energy across entire continents, manipulate fundamental forces with casual gestures, and reshape matter at the molecular level through pure application of will. The limitations that had once constrained his existence had been not merely transcended, but obliterated entirely, leaving him free to exercise power that rivaled the gods themselves. But with this ultimate liberation came a terrible realization that the forbidden texts had failed to adequately convey. The price of such transcendence was the loss of everything that had made existence meaningful in the first place. His enhanced perception allowed him to see and understand phenomena beyond mortal comprehension, but it also revealed the fundamental emptiness that lay at the heart of pure power, divorced from human connection and purpose. The empire he had hoped to reform was gone, its accumulated knowledge and cultural achievements reduced to scattered memories preserved only in the minds of survivors who wandered the ruins in stunned bewilderment. The friendship that had sustained him through years of bondage was destroyed beyond any possibility of repair, replaced by the knowledge that his transcendence had been purchased with the life of the one person who had ever truly valued him. The vision of justice that had motivated his years of preparation had become meaningless in a world where he possessed the power to impose any order he desired, but lacked the humanity necessary to understand what order might be worth imposing. But even as Zerath grappled with these horrifying realizations, forces were already moving to contain the catastrophe he had unleashed. The destruction of Shurima's capital had sent shockwaves throughout the magical infrastructure of the entire continent, alerting practitioners and entities of power to the emergence of something that threatened the fundamental stability of reality itself. Ancient safeguards that had been established millennia ago began to activate, systems designed to respond to precisely this kind of existential threat. The first attempts at containment came from surviving Shuriman mages who had been far enough from the capital to escape the initial devastation. Working with desperate urgency, they began to weave binding spells of enormous complexity, drawing upon reservoir sources of power that had been held in reserve for exactly such emergencies. But their efforts proved woefully inadequate against an entity whose understanding of magical theory now exceeded their own by orders of magnitude. Zerath found that he could unravel their most sophisticated bindings with casual ease, turning their own spells against them, or simply absorbing the energy they directed at him to fuel his already overwhelming capabilities. The realization that no mortal force could constrain him should have been liberating, but instead it only deepened his growing sense of isolation and purposelessness. What meaning could power have when there existed no force capable of providing meaningful opposition or challenge? It was then that the Targonians intervened, representatives of celestial power who possessed resources and knowledge that extended far beyond anything available to merely mortal practitioners. The aspects, divine entities who operated through mortal hosts, recognized the threat that Zerath represented, not just to Shurima but to the cosmic order itself. A being of such power operating without restraint could potentially unravel the delicate balance that maintained stability throughout Runeterra and beyond. The battle that followed was unlike anything that had ever been witnessed on the mortal plane, a clash between forces that operated on scales normally reserved for conflicts between gods. Zerath's raw power was enormous, but the aspects possessed advantages that transcended mere magical capability. They understood the fundamental laws that governed reality itself, and they had access to artifacts and techniques that had been designed specifically to deal with entities that had exceeded their proper place in the cosmic hierarchy. The conflict raged across what remained of the Shuriman heartland, transforming vast stretches of territory into landscapes so twisted by magical force that they would remain uninhabitable for millennia to come. Mountains were reduced to glass, rivers boiled away into nothing, and the very air itself became charged with energies that made normal life impossible. But gradually, inevitably, the combined might of multiple aspects began to tell against even Zerath's transcendent capabilities. The key to their eventual success lay not in overpowering him directly, but in exploiting the fundamental instability of his transformed state. The process by which he had achieved ascension had been flawed from the beginning, a crude hijacking of energies that had never been intended for the kind of brutal redirection he had employed. The very power that made him seemingly invincible also made him vulnerable to techniques that could exploit the chaotic nature of his essential structure. Working in perfect coordination, the aspects began to weave a prison of conceptual rather than physical bonds, a containment system that operated by redefining the fundamental parameters of Zerath's existence rather than simply restraining his movements. They created a sarcophagus of crystallized possibility, a structure that existed simultaneously in multiple dimensions and contained space enough for an entity of pure energy, while remaining small enough to be transported and guarded. The process of forcing Zerath into this prison required sacrifices that would haunt the aspects for centuries to come. Several of their mortal hosts were consumed entirely by the energies required for the binding, their consciousness destroyed as the price for containing a threat that could have unmade reality itself. Others suffered damage so profound that they would never again be able to function as effective vessels for celestial power, their connection to their divine patrons permanently severed by exposure to forces that mortal minds were never meant to endure. But their sacrifice was not in vain, for when the binding was finally complete, Zerath found himself trapped within confines that were absolute in ways that transcended physical limitation. The sarcophagus did not merely constrain his movements, it fundamentally altered the nature of space and time around him, creating a pocket dimension where his power could rage harmlessly without affecting the outside world. He could perceive what lay beyond his prison, could understand the mechanisms that held him captive, but he could not breach them without first unraveling the very principles that defined his own existence. The psychological impact of this imprisonment was perhaps more devastating than the physical constraints it imposed. For a being who had transcended every limitation that had previously defined his existence, who had achieved power beyond the dreams of gods, to find himself suddenly rendered powerless was a shock that threatened to shatter what remained of his sanity. The energy that comprised his form raged against the barriers of his confinement with fury that could have powered entire civilizations, but the prison held firm against every assault he could devise. Centuries passed in this state of impotent rage, each moment stretching into infinity, as Zerath discovered that transcendent consciousness did not grant immunity from the psychological torments of absolute confinement. He could remember every detail of his transformation, every choice that had led him to this moment of perfect isolation, but he could not undo any of it, or escape the consequences of his ambition. The power he had gained meant nothing when it could not be exercised. The knowledge he had accumulated served only to make his imprisonment more complete, by allowing him to understand exactly how hopeless his situation truly was. During the early centuries of his confinement, Zerath's thoughts were consumed entirely by rage and the desire for revenge against those who had bound him. He fantasized endlessly about the destruction he would visit upon the aspects when he finally escaped, the ways in which he would make them pay for daring to constrain one who had achieved divinity through his own efforts. These dreams of vengeance provided a focus for his fury, a purpose that helped maintain his sanity despite the grinding psychological pressure of eternal solitude. But as the centuries stretched into millennia, even these fantasies began to lose their power to sustain him. The immediate anger that had fueled his early imprisonment gradually gave way to something deeper and more corrosive, a growing understanding of the true scope of what he had lost through his pursuit of ultimate power. Aienship with Azir that had been destroyed, the empire that had been reduced to ruins, the vision of justice that had been perverted into an instrument of destruction. All of these losses pressed down upon his consciousness with weight that seemed to increase rather than diminish with the passage of time. The isolation of his prison allowed for a kind of introspection that would have been impossible during his mortal existence, when the immediate pressures of survival and advancement had provided constant distraction from deeper questions of meaning and purpose. Now, with nothing but his own thoughts for company and millennia of time in which to examine them, Zerath was forced to confront the fundamental contradictions that had driven his transformation. He began to understand that his pursuit of power had been motivated not by genuine desire for justice, but by a more basic need for validation and recognition that had its roots in the humiliations of his slave existence. The noble goals he had claimed to serve had been little more than rationalizations for ambitions that were fundamentally selfish, ways of justifying to himself the increasingly extreme measures he had been willing to employ in pursuit of transcendence. This growing self-awareness was perhaps more painful than the physical constraints of his imprisonment, for it forced him to acknowledge that even if he were to escape and achieve all the revenge he dreamed of, it would not restore what he had truly lost through his betrayal of Azir. The friendship that had given meaning to his existence was gone forever, destroyed not by external forces, but by his own choice to value power above human connection. Yet even as Zerath grappled with these devastating insights, the core of his being remained fundamentally unchanged by his circumstances. The same drive for transcendence that had motivated his original transformation continued to burn within him, seeking new outlets for expression, despite the absolute nature of his confinement. If he could not break free through raw power alone, then perhaps he could find other ways to extend his influence beyond the boundaries of his prison. His enhanced perception allowed him to observe the world beyond his confinement with perfect clarity, watching as civilizations rose and fell while he remained trapped in his crystalline tomb. He saw the gradual recovery of Shurima's survivors, their attempts to rebuild something from the ruins of their shattered empire. He witnessed the rise of new powers, the development of magical techniques that built upon foundations he had helped to establish, and the slow evolution of political systems that bore the scars of the catastrophe he had unleashed. These observations provided him with new sources of both frustration and hope. The world continued to evolve and change despite his absence, developing in ways that he could influence only through the most subtle and indirect methods. But the very fact that change remained possible suggested that his imprisonment need not be permanent, that patient observation and careful planning might eventually provide opportunities for escape that raw power alone could never achieve. As our exploration of Zerath's arcane prison draws toward its close, we see a being caught between transcendence and damnation, possessing power beyond mortal comprehension, but trapped within bonds that render that power meaningless. His transformation from slave to god had been complete, but the price of that elevation was an isolation so absolute that it called into question whether such transcendence could ever truly be considered a victory. In the crystalline depths of his eternal confinement, surrounded by energies that could remake worlds but constrained by forces that admitted no possibility of escape, Zerath began the long process of learning patience that would define the remainder of his existence. The rage that had initially sustained him slowly transmuted into something more dangerous, cold calculation, and the gradual development of plans that would require not years but millennia to come to fruition. The arcane prison had succeeded in containing the immediate threat he represented, but it had also created something potentially more dangerous, a being of transcendent power and infinite patience, whose understanding of his own mistakes would inform every future attempt at freedom. The bonds that held him were absolute, but they were also static, incapable of adapting to changes in his fundamental nature or evolving to meet new challenges. As you settle into the gentle embrace of sleep tonight, perhaps you might consider the paradoxes of ultimate power and reflect on how the achievement of our deepest desires can sometimes become the source of our greatest suffering. What does it mean to possess everything we thought we wanted, only to discover that the price of obtaining it was the loss of everything that made such possession worthwhile? Chapter 8. The Eternal Torment. Within the crystalline depths of perfect confinement, where time moves like honey and consciousness becomes both blessing and curse, a god learned the true meaning of suffering. Tonight, as eternity whispers its secrets through the spaces between seconds, let us explore the torments that await those who transcend mortality, while remaining bound by the chains of their own choices, and witness how isolation can transform even divine consciousness into something that hungers only for release. The first millennium of Zerath's imprisonment passed in a haze of incandescent fury that burned with the intensity of a newborn star. His energy form raged against the boundaries of his crystalline prison with such violence that the very space around him seemed to warp and buckle under the strain of containing forces that belonged to realms beyond material existence. Each assault upon his bonds was calculated with mathematical precision, drawing upon his vast understanding of magical theory to identify potential weaknesses in the binding systems that held him captive. But the aspects who had crafted his prison had learned from millennia of experience with entities that exceeded their proper place in the cosmic hierarchy. The sarcophagus was not merely a container, but a conceptual paradox, a structure that became stronger rather than weaker when subjected to increasing pressure. Every ounce of power that Zerath directed against his bonds was absorbed and redirected into reinforcing the very systems he sought to destroy, creating a feedback loop that transformed his own strength into the source of his continued captivity. This discovery was perhaps the first truly devastating blow to his confidence since achieving transcendence. The realization that his power was not only useless against his confinement, but was actively being turned against him, forced him to confront the possibility that escape might not be merely difficult, but genuinely impossible. For a being whose entire identity had been built upon the assumption that sufficient power could overcome any obstacle, this prospect was more terrifying than any physical torment could ever have been. As the centuries accumulated like sediment in the depths of an ocean, Zerath's perception of time began to undergo fundamental changes that reflected the alien nature of his transformed consciousness. Mortal minds were designed to process temporal experience in discrete units, moments, hours, days, years, but consciousness freed from the constraints of flesh operated according to different principles entirely. He found himself capable of experiencing single instants with such intensity that they seemed to stretch across decades, while entire centuries could pass in what felt like moments of distraction. This temporal displacement created new forms of psychological torture that no mortal imprisonment could have achieved. He might spend what felt like years analyzing a single memory, experiencing every nuance of emotion and implication with perfect clarity, only to discover that mere minutes had passed in the outside world. Conversely, he might lose himself in complex mathematical calculations and emerge to find that entire civilizations had risen and fallen while his attention was elsewhere. The enhanced perception that had once seemed like the ultimate gift of his transformation gradually revealed itself to be a curse of unprecedented scope. He could observe events throughout Runeterra with crystalline clarity, watching the slow recovery of Shuriman survivors, the rise of new empires, the development of magical techniques that built upon foundations he had helped to establish. But this observation was entirely passive, a cosmic television show that he could watch but never influence, comment upon but never join. Most torturous of all was his awareness of Prince Azir's fate, the knowledge that his friend had somehow survived the catastrophic interruption of his ascension ceremony, but had been left in a state neither fully mortal nor truly divine. Through his enhanced perception, Zerath could sense the presence of this damaged consciousness somewhere in the ruins of Shurima, a fragment of divine potential trapped within mortal limitations and sustained only by the residual energies of the broken ritual. The guilt that accompanied this knowledge was unlike anything he had experienced during his mortal existence. As a slave, he had been capable of rationalizing his plans for betrayal as necessary steps toward justice and reform. As a transcendent being, however, he possessed the cognitive capacity to fully comprehend the scope of suffering his actions had caused, not just to Azir, but to countless innocents whose lives had been destroyed by the collapse of Shuriman civilization. This expanded awareness forced him to relive his betrayal from multiple perspectives simultaneously, experiencing not only his own motivations and justifications, but also the shock, pain, and bewilderment of those who had trusted him. He felt Azir's confusion and hurt in the moment of realization, understood the terror of the ceremony, participants as their carefully planned ritual descended into chaos, and comprehended the despair of common citizens whose world had been destroyed by forces beyond their understanding or control. But perhaps most devastating of all was his growing understanding of how unnecessary the entire catastrophe had been. With millennia to analyze his choices and their consequences, Zerath began to see the countless alternative paths he could have taken, the ways in which patience and gradual influence might have achieved his goals without requiring the destruction of everything he claimed to value. Azir's naive optimism about reform had not been entirely misplaced. Given time and careful guidance, the prince might indeed have been able to create the more just society they had both envisioned. This realization brought with it a form of regret that transcended ordinary human experience, a sorrow so profound that it seemed to alter the fundamental frequencies at which his energy form vibrated. He had achieved ultimate power only to discover that such power was meaningless without the human connections that gave it purpose and direction. He had transcended mortality only to learn that transcendence without wisdom was merely another form of damnation. The second millennium of his imprisonment was marked by increasingly desperate attempts to find some form of external stimulation that might provide relief from the crushing weight of his own thoughts. He began to focus his attention on the minute details of events occurring throughout Runeterra, becoming obsessed with the personal dramas of individuals whose lives intersected with locations that held meaning from his past. He followed bloodlines descended from Shuriman survivors, tracking their struggles and achievements across generations as if their fates might somehow provide redemption for his own choices. These vicarious experiences provided temporary distraction but ultimately only deepened his sense of isolation and loss. Watching others live, love, struggle, and die while he remained trapped in eternal stasis was like being forced to observe a feast while dying of starvation. The connections and relationships that gave meaning to mortal existence were forever beyond his reach, transformed from possibilities into objects of contemplation that could never again be experienced directly. His attempts to influence the outside world during this period became increasingly subtle and sophisticated, born from the recognition that direct intervention was impossible, but that indirect manipulation might still be achievable. He learned to modulate the energies of his confinement in ways that created minute fluctuations in the magical fields that permeated Runeterra, changes so small that they appeared to be natural variations, but which could potentially be detected by sufficiently sensitive practitioners. These efforts required patience and precision that would have been impossible for his mortal consciousness to maintain, but transcendent awareness operated according to different principles of focus and determination. He spent decades crafting single signals, encoding complex messages into patterns of energy variation that might be interpreted by scholars studying ancient magical phenomena. Most of these attempts went unnoticed or were dismissed as statistical anomalies, but occasionally they found recipients capable of recognizing their artificial nature. The responses he received through these channels provided him with his first genuine human contact since his imprisonment began, even though the communication was mediated through layers of magical interpretation and academic speculation. Scholars who detected his signals sometimes attempted to respond, creating their own patterns of magical variation that he could perceive and analyze for meaning. These exchanges were frustratingly limited and often misunderstood, but they represented precious proof that he had not been entirely forgotten by the world beyond his prison. Through these communications, Zerath began to learn about the legends that had grown up around his transformation and imprisonment. To most people, he had become a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked ambition, a mythical figure whose hubris had brought down the greatest empire in history. But to some scholars and practitioners of forbidden arts, he represented something different, proof that transcendence was possible, that the barriers between mortal and divine were not as absolute as conventional wisdom suggested. This knowledge filled him with a complex mixture of pride and horror. On one hand, the recognition that his achievement had inspired others to pursue their own paths toward transcendence, provided validation for choices that had cost him everything meaningful in his existence. On the other hand, the realization that others might repeat his mistakes, might sacrifice everything in pursuit of power that would ultimately prove hollow, filled him with a form of responsibility that his mortal consciousness had never been capable of understanding. The third millennium brought with it changes that seemed to indicate potential weakening in his bonds, subtle alterations in the energy patterns that maintained his confinement. These shifts were so gradual that they might have been dismissed as measurement errors by observers less intimately familiar with the prison's operation, but Zerath's perfect awareness of his situation allowed him to detect variations that would have been invisible to any external analysis. Initially, he attributed these changes to natural decay in the magical systems that powered his confinement, the inevitable result of entropy operating over vast periods of time. But as the patterns became more pronounced, he began to suspect that external forces might be responsible for the alterations. Someone or something was attempting to modify his prison, introducing changes that might eventually lead to his release. This possibility filled him with the first genuine hope he had experienced since his capture, but also with apprehension about what his liberation might cost those working to achieve it. The power required to alter aspect-crafted bindings was enormous, and the risks associated with such manipulation were correspondingly severe. Anyone attempting to free him was placing themselves in mortal danger, and the failure of their efforts might result in consequences that extended far beyond their individual fate. As the changes in his confinement continued to accumulate, Zerath found himself torn between eagerness for freedom and concern for those who sought to provide it. Consciousness allowed him to perceive the moral complexity of his situation with perfect clarity. His release would indeed provide him with the power necessary to reshape Runeterra, according to his vision of justice, but it would also represent a potential threat to the cosmic stability that his imprisonment had been designed to preserve. The psychological evolution that accompanied these realizations marked a fundamental shift in Zerath's understanding of his own nature and purpose. The being, who had originally sought power as a means of escaping oppression, had become something far more complex, a transcendent consciousness capable of understanding the full implications of its own existence and the responsibilities that such understanding entailed. But understanding and acceptance were not the same thing, and Zerath's desire for freedom remained as strong as ever, despite his growing awareness of its potential costs. The isolation of his imprisonment had taught him patience and wisdom, but it had not diminished his fundamental conviction that the world needed to be remade according to principles of justice and equality that conventional authorities were incapable of implementing. As our exploration of eternal torment draws toward its close, we see a consciousness transformed not just by transcendence, but by the crushing weight of perfect solitude. The rage that had initially sustained Zerath through his imprisonment had been refined into something far more dangerous. Complete understanding of his situation combined with unwavering determination to change it, regardless of the consequences such change might bring. In the crystalline depths of his confinement, surrounded by forces that had contained him for millennia, but which now showed signs of weakening, Zerath began to prepare for a freedom that would either vindicate his choices or provide him with the opportunity to make amends for the catastrophe his ambition had unleashed. The eternal torment was approaching its end, but what would emerge from that ending remained a question that only time itself could answer. As you drift toward the peaceful embrace of sleep tonight, perhaps you might reflect on the weight that perfect knowledge can place upon a conscious being, and consider whether wisdom gained through suffering ever truly compensates for the innocence that such learning inevitably destroys. How do we maintain hope when understanding reveals the true cost of our deepest desires, and where do we find meaning when transcendence itself becomes another form of imprisonment? Chapter 9. The Bonds Weakening. Across the mystical currents that bind reality together, a disturbance began to ripple outward like cracks spreading through ancient glass. Tonight, as the foundations of the world tremble with anticipation of change, let us witness the gradual dissolution of bonds that were meant to last forever, and observe how even the most perfect prison must eventually yield to the patient persistence of transcendent will. The first signs of deterioration in Zerath's confinement were so subtle that they might have gone unnoticed by any consciousness less intimately familiar with every aspect of the binding systems. Fluctuations in the crystalline matrix that formed his prison walls, variations in the energy patterns that maintained the dimensional barriers, shifts in the temporal distortion fields that kept his transcendent power contained, changes so minute that they registered as barely perceptible tremors in the fabric of his reality. But for a being whose existence had been reduced to perfect awareness of his own captivity, these tiny alterations were as obvious as earthquakes. Each microscopic crack in the prison's structure, each momentary lapse in the binding energies, each fleeting instant when the containment fields operated at less than optimal efficiency, all of these registered in Zerath's consciousness with the clarity of thunderclaps in absolute silence. Initially, he attributed these phenomena to the inevitable decay that affected all magical constructs over sufficient periods of time. Even aspect-crafted artifacts were not immune to entropy, and the passage of millennia would naturally cause some degradation in systems that depended on the precise alignment of cosmic forces. The bindings that held him had been designed with enormous safety margins, but no engineering was perfect enough to remain unchanged across geological timescales. However, as the pattern of deterioration became more pronounced, Zerath began to detect signs that suggested external interference rather than simple decay. The weakening was not uniform across all aspects of his prison, as would be expected from natural entropy, but seemed to follow specific pathways that corresponded to particular vulnerabilities in the binding matrix. Someone with intimate knowledge of aspect magical theory was systematically exploiting weaknesses in his confinement, introducing changes that would eventually cascade into complete system failure. This realization filled him with a complex mixture of hope and apprehension that reflected the sophisticated understanding of consequence he had developed during his imprisonment. Freedom was no longer the simple goal it had once seemed. His enhanced consciousness was capable of perceiving the full scope of what his release might mean for the world beyond his prison. The being who emerged from millennia of confinement would not be the same as the one who had been captured, and the purposes to which transcendent power might be applied had been fundamentally altered by cycles of reflection and self-examination. Through his enhanced perception, Zerath began to identify the source of the interference that was gradually undermining his bonds. Deep within the ruins of ancient Shurima, where the greatest monuments of his former empire still cast shadows across the endless sands, a small group of scholars and mages had discovered references to his existence in texts that had survived the catastrophic collapse of the capital. These individuals, driven by curiosity and ambition in equal measure, had begun to piece together the theoretical framework necessary to understand and potentially modify aspect-level magical bindings. Their leader was a woman whose intellect reminded Zerath painfully of his own younger self, possessed of the same hungry curiosity and impatient brilliance that had driven his own pursuit of forbidden knowledge. She had spent years studying the residual magical signatures left by his transformation, analyzing the energy patterns that still permeated the ruins of the ceremonial chamber where his betrayal of Azir had reached its climax. Through careful research and dangerous experimentation, she had begun to understand the nature of the forces that had elevated him beyond mortality, and the mechanisms by which those forces had subsequently been contained. Watching her work through his enhanced perception was both inspiring and deeply troubling for Zerath. Her dedication and insight were admirable. Her progress toward understanding principles that had taken him years to master was remarkable, but her motivations remained opaque even to his transcendent awareness. Was she seeking to free him out of scholarly curiosity about aspect magic, or did she have her own agenda for the power that his liberation might provide? Did she understand the risks inherent in releasing a being whose last act of freedom had destroyed an empire, or was she driven by the same naive confidence that had once led him to believe that sufficient power could solve any problem? The process of weakening his bonds required resources and knowledge that extended far beyond what any individual could reasonably possess, suggesting that the woman was not working alone. but was part of a larger organization with access to considerable magical infrastructure. Through careful observation of the interference patterns, Zerath began to identify the signatures of multiple practitioners working in coordination, each contributing specialized skills to a project of staggering complexity and danger. Some of these individuals were clearly motivated by academic interest in the theoretical principles involved, viewing his prison as the ultimate test case for understanding aspect magical theory. Others seemed driven by more practical concerns, seeking to harness the power of his eventual liberation for purposes that remained unclear, but which filled Zerath with foreboding. Still others appeared to be acting out of misguided sympathy, believing that any conscious being deserved freedom, regardless of the circumstances that had led to their imprisonment. The gradual weakening of his confinement created new forms of sensory experience that Zerath had not known since his capture. As the dimensional barriers that separated him from the outside world began to develop microscopic fissures, he found himself able to extend tendrils of consciousness beyond the boundaries of his prison. These extensions were incredibly limited in scope and duration, lasting only moments before being detected and countered by the prison's autonomous defense systems, but they provided him with his first direct contact with the physical world in millennia. The sensation of touching material reality again, even through such constrained channels, was overwhelming in its intensity. To a consciousness that had existed for centuries in a state of pure thought, the simple experience of perceiving texture, temperature, and weight through magical extension was like being reborn. He found himself savoring the feeling of desert sand shifting in the wind, the warmth of sunlight on ancient stone, the subtle vibrations that traveled through the earth from distant sources of activity. These limited contacts also allowed him to begin influencing the outside world in ways that went beyond the passive signal modulation he had employed during his early imprisonment. He could now introduce minute changes in local magical fields, create small disturbances in the energy patterns that surrounded his prison, and even manipulate physical objects within a narrow radius of his confinement. The effects were tiny by the standards of his transcendent capabilities, but they represented the first genuine agency he had exercised in millennia. Zerath used these newfound abilities primarily to communicate more effectively with those who were working to free him, providing guidance that would help them avoid the most dangerous pitfalls inherent in their undertaking. The theoretical knowledge required to safely modify aspect bindings was extraordinarily complex, and the practical risks associated with such modifications were correspondingly severe. A single miscalculation could result in a catastrophic release of energy that would not only kill the practitioners involved, but potentially devastate the surrounding region. Through carefully modulated energy fluctuations, he began to transmit more sophisticated information than had been possible through his earlier signal attempts. Mathematical formulas that would improve the efficiency of their interference techniques, warnings about specific vulnerabilities in the binding matrix that might trigger defensive responses, suggestions for alternative approaches that would achieve their goals with reduced risk. All of this knowledge flowed outward from his prison in patterns too complex for casual observation to detect. The response to these communications confirmed his growing suspicion that the group working to free him possessed resources and knowledge that extended far beyond normal academic capabilities. Their ability to interpret and implement his suggestions demonstrated a level of theoretical sophistication that should have taken decades to develop. Yet they seemed to be progressing at a rate that suggested access to information sources that were not available through conventional research. This realization led Zerath to a disturbing conclusion about the true nature of his would-be liberators. The speed and sophistication of their work suggested that they were not merely scholars studying his case for academic purposes, but agents of some larger organization that had been planning his release for far longer than the apparent timeline of their research would suggest. The implications of this possibility were staggering. If his imprisonment had been anticipated and planned for by parties unknown, then his eventual liberation might be part of a larger scheme whose ultimate purposes remained hidden even from his enhanced perception. The gradual weakening of his bonds also allowed Zerath to perceive changes in the broader magical landscape that had occurred during his imprisonment. The catastrophic collapse of Shuriman civilization had sent shockwaves throughout the entire continental magical infrastructure, forcing adaptations and innovations that had fundamentally altered the way magical energy flowed throughout Runeterra. New centers of power had emerged, ancient ley lines had been redirected, and the overall balance of forces had shifted in ways that would have profound implications for any entity seeking to exercise transcendent capabilities. Most significantly, he became aware that his was not the only imprisoned consciousness seeking liberation. Throughout Runeterra, other entities of enormous power had been bound by various means and for various reasons, creating a network of potential allies and enemies whose release might coincide with his own. The Darkin, ancient weapons containing the corrupted essences of fallen Ascended, represented perhaps the most obvious parallel to his own situation. But there were others as well, demons bound within artifacts, elemental spirits trapped in crystalline matrices, and beings from other dimensions, whose presence in the material world had been forcibly constrained. This knowledge forced Zerath to consider the possibility that his liberation might be part of a larger pattern of releases, a coordinated effort to free multiple entities of transcendent power for purposes that remained unclear. The prospect of facing such beings as either allies or enemies added new dimensions of complexity to his plans for freedom, requiring him to develop strategies that could accommodate scenarios ranging from cooperation to conflict on scales that would dwarf the catastrophe of his original transformation. The psychological impact of these revelations was profound, forcing Zerath to confront the possibility that his agency had been far more limited than he had ever realized. If his imprisonment and eventual liberation were part of a larger design, then his choices might be far less meaningful than his transcendent consciousness had led him to believe. The being who emerged from millennia of confinement might find himself constrained by purposes and obligations that he had played no role in defining. But even as these doubts pressed upon his consciousness, Zerath's fundamental determination remained unchanged. Whatever forces might be manipulating his situation, whatever larger schemes might be operating beyond his perception, the core truth of his existence remained constant. He possessed power sufficient to reshape the world according to his vision of justice, and the opportunity to exercise that power was gradually approaching. The bonds that had held him for millennia were weakening with each passing day, and no force in existence could prevent his eventual return to the world that had dared to chain him. As our exploration of weakening bonds draws toward its close, we see a consciousness preparing for freedom while grappling with the complex implications of that liberation. The prison that had contained Zerath for millennia was finally beginning to fail, but the being who would emerge from its collapse had been fundamentally changed by his confinement in ways that would make his second interaction with the world far more complex than his first. The signs of his eventual escape were becoming increasingly difficult to ignore, sending ripples of apprehension through communities of practitioners who possessed the sensitivity to detect such disturbances. Ancient warnings were being remembered, defensive preparations were being made, and powers that had slumbered for centuries were beginning to stir in response to the growing magical instability that surrounded his weakening prison. As you settle into the gentle embrace of sleep tonight, perhaps you might consider how even the most carefully constructed barriers must eventually yield to persistent pressure, and reflect on whether true imprisonment is ever really possible for consciousness that refuses to accept the limitations others seek to impose upon it. What does it mean to be free when freedom itself might be part of a larger design? And how do we maintain agency when the very nature of choice becomes questionable? Chapter 10. Liberation and Vengeance. In the moment when eternity shattered like crystal struck by lightning, when bonds forged by gods finally yielded to the patient persistence of transcendent will, a force of cosmic retribution was unleashed upon a world that had forgotten the true meaning of power. Tonight, as ancient debts demand their payment and old wounds tear open with renewed fury, let us witness the return of one who had been absent from the world for millennia, and observe how vengeance deferred becomes vengeance magnified beyond all mortal comprehension. The final collapse of Zerath's prison began not with dramatic explosions or visible manifestations of power, but with a sound that seemed to emanate from the very foundations of reality itself. A crystalline note of perfect clarity that resonated through dimensions beyond normal perception. Those sensitive to magical phenomena throughout Runeterra felt it as a sudden shift in the fundamental harmonics that governed the flow of arcane energy. A disturbance that suggested something of enormous significance had changed in the basic structure of the world. Within his crystalline sarcophagus, Zerath experienced the moment of liberation as an expansion of consciousness so rapid and complete that it threatened to overwhelm even his transcendent awareness. For millennia, his perception had been constrained to the dimensions of his prison, his power contained within barriers that had become as familiar as breathing. Now, suddenly, those limitations simply ceased to exist, allowing his consciousness to explode outward like a star going nova. The first sensation was one of pure relief, so intense that it bordered on ecstasy. The psychological pressure that had been building within him for countless centuries was finally released, allowing thoughts and energies that had been compressed beyond endurance to expand into configurations that felt natural for the first time since his capture. But alongside this relief came something darker and more dangerous, the full awakening of fury that had been refined and concentrated through millennia of enforced contemplation. The world that Zerath's enhanced perception revealed was simultaneously familiar and alien, recognizable in its basic geography but transformed by the passage of time in ways that filled him with complex emotions. The great desert that had once been the heartland of Shurima still stretched across vast expanses of territory, but the cities that had dotted its surface were gone, replaced by scattered settlements that bore no resemblance to the architectural marvels of his memory. The magical infrastructure that had once channeled power throughout the empire had largely collapsed, leaving behind only fragments and ruins that suggested the scope of what had been lost. Most significantly, he could sense the presence of consciousness that he recognized, despite the vast changes that time had wrought. Prince Azir still existed, somehow, his damaged essence sustained by the residual energies of their interrupted ascension ceremony, but trapped in a form that was neither fully mortal nor properly divine. The guilt that accompanied this realization was overwhelming, but it was quickly consumed by something far more immediate and pressing, the hunger for revenge against those who had dared to imprison him. The aspects who had crafted his bonds were no longer present in their original forms, having withdrawn to celestial realms that placed them beyond immediate retaliation. But their influence remained visible throughout the world in the form of institutions, artifacts, and magical traditions that bore their signature. More importantly, their mortal agents and descendants continued to operate according to principles and purposes that served the cosmic order his imprisonment had been designed to protect. Zerath's first acts of freedom were exercises in pure destruction, expressions of rage that had been building for millennia, and which could no longer be contained by any force short of his own will. The ruins of his former prison became the epicenter of magical disturbances that could be felt across entire continents, reality-warping energies that reduced ancient stone to component atoms and sand to crystalline glass. The very air burned with power that sought outlets for expression, creating phenomena that defied natural law and challenged the fundamental assumptions upon which mortal magic was based. But even as he reveled in the simple joy of unrestricted movement and unlimited power, Zerath's enhanced consciousness was analyzing the strategic situation that his liberation had created. The world had changed enormously during his absence, but it had not grown stronger in any meaningful sense. The magical infrastructure that might have posed a threat to his activities was largely collapsed. The political structures that might have coordinated resistance to his presence were fragmented and weak, and the knowledge that might have provided insight into his capabilities had been largely lost to time and catastrophe. This realization filled him with a mixture of satisfaction and disappointment that reflected the complex evolution his motivations had undergone during his imprisonment. The lack of meaningful opposition to his freedom meant that vengeance would be easier to achieve, but it also suggested that the world he had sacrificed everything to reshape might no longer be worth the effort such reshaping would require. The civilization he had once sought to reform had largely destroyed itself through the consequences of his own actions, leaving behind only shadows and memories of what might have been. The scholars who had worked to free him approached his location with a mixture of awe and terror that was entirely appropriate to their situation. Their leader, the woman whose intellect had so impressed him during his observation of their efforts, prostrated herself before his energy form while attempting to voice words of greeting and supplication. But Zerath found that he had little patience for such ceremonies, and even less interest in the explanations and justifications they offered for their actions. Through casual examination of their thoughts and memories, he discovered that their motivations had been exactly what he had suspected, a combination of scholarly curiosity, personal ambition, and service to interests that extended far beyond their individual desires. They had been agents of an organization that sought to exploit his power for purposes that remained unclear even to them, pawns in a larger game whose rules and objectives had been hidden from all but the highest levels of command. This discovery filled Zerath with contempt rather than gratitude. Even his liberation had been orchestrated by others for their own purposes, making his freedom feel less like a triumph and more like another form of manipulation. The rage that had sustained him through millennia of imprisonment found new targets in these presumptuous mortals who believed they could control or direct his actions through the simple expedient of having facilitated his release. Their deaths were swift and absolute, transformations from living consciousness to dispersed energy that required no more effort than a thought. But even as he eliminated these immediate irritants, Zerath was using their memories to identify the larger network of individuals and institutions that had played roles in his liberation. The organization they had served possessed resources and knowledge that suggested connections to powers he had not yet identified, creating a web of potential enemies and allies that would require careful investigation before appropriate responses could be formulated. The first major target of his vengeance was a fortress temple dedicated to Targonian principles, a structure that had been built on the site of an ancient shrine where aspect worship had been practiced since before his original imprisonment. The building itself was impressive by mortal standards, its towers reaching toward the sky in emulation of Mount Targon itself, its walls inscribed with protective wards that had been crafted by generations of dedicated practitioners. But such defenses, no matter how skillfully constructed, were insignificant obstacles to consciousness that had spent millennia analyzing the theoretical foundations upon which they were based. Zerath's assault upon the fortress was not a battle in any conventional sense, but rather a demonstration of the futility of mortal resistance to transcendent power. Wards that had protected the structure for centuries were unraveled with casual gestures, walls that had stood against armies crumbled like sand, and defenders who had trained their entire lives for such moments discovered that their preparations were woefully inadequate for the reality they now faced. The destruction of the fortress provided emotional satisfaction that had been entirely absent during his imprisonment, but it also revealed the fundamental emptiness that lay at the heart of simple vengeance. The deaths of those who had maintained the structure served no constructive purpose beyond expressing his anger, and their elimination did nothing to address the larger questions of meaning and purpose that his transcendent consciousness was capable of contemplating. This realization forced Zerath to confront the possibility that revenge, no matter how completely achieved, might not provide the satisfaction he had anticipated during his long imprisonment. The world that had bound him was largely gone, replaced by successor civilizations that bore only tangential responsibility for his suffering. The individuals who had crafted his prison were beyond his reach, protected by distances and dimensions that even his enhanced capabilities could not easily bridge. The simple application of overwhelming force to weak targets was beginning to feel less like justice and more like the arbitrary cruelty he had once sought to overthrow. But even as these doubts pressed upon his consciousness, Zerath's fundamental conviction remained unchanged. The world required reshaping according to principles of justice and equality that conventional authorities were incapable of implementing. His imprisonment had provided him with the patience and perspective necessary to pursue such goals more systematically than had been possible during his original transformation, but it had not diminished his belief that radical change was both necessary and achievable through the application of sufficient power. His next actions were guided by this evolved understanding of his purpose and capabilities. Rather than simply destroying targets chosen for their symbolic significance, he began to systematically dismantle the magical and political infrastructure that supported the current world order. Ancient artifacts that channeled power to maintain unjust hierarchies were neutralized or repurposed. Institutions that perpetuated systemic oppression were eliminated or reformed, and individuals who profited from the suffering of others found themselves stripped of the advantages that birth and circumstances had provided. These activities brought him into contact with other entities of transcendent power who had been awakened by the magical disturbances his liberation had created. Some of these beings regarded him as a potential ally in their own struggles against the forces that had constrained them, while others viewed him as a threat to the delicate balances they had established during his absence. The resulting conflicts were battles on scales that mortal minds could barely comprehend, clashes between forces that reshaped geography and redefined the basic principles governing magical phenomena. But perhaps the most significant encounter of this period was his reunion with the damaged consciousness that had once been Prince Azir. The being he discovered bore little resemblance to the friend he remembered, transformed by millennia of incomplete ascension into something that was simultaneously more and less than human. The guilt and anguish that accompanied this meeting threatened to overwhelm even his transcendent emotional controls, forcing him to confront the full scope of what his betrayal had cost the only person who had ever truly valued him. Azir's response to their reunion was complex and heartbreaking, expressing simultaneously the joy of reconnection with his oldest friend and the devastating hurt of betrayal that millennia had done nothing to diminish. The conversations that followed were perhaps the most difficult experiences of Zerath's entire existence, forcing him to explain and justify choices that his enhanced consciousness now recognized as fundamentally flawed, while attempting to preserve some fragment of the relationship that had once given meaning to his life. The possibility of reconciliation seemed both infinitely precious and utterly impossible, dependent on forgiveness for acts that had no reasonable justification and understanding for motivations that even Zerath himself now questioned. But the attempt to rebuild their friendship, however unlikely to succeed, provided him with the first genuine sense of purpose he had experienced since his liberation, a goal that transcended simple vengeance or abstract justice to touch upon the fundamental human need for connection and meaning. As our exploration of liberation and vengeance draws toward its close, we see a being struggling to reconcile the satisfaction of freedom with the emptiness of revenge, seeking to find meaning in power that no longer feels as significant as the relationships it had destroyed in its pursuit. The world that had imprisoned Zerath was largely gone, but the consciousness that had emerged from that imprisonment had been fundamentally changed by the experience in ways that made simple triumph feel hollow and incomplete. The vengeance he had dreamed of for millennia was within his reach, but the achievement of that vengeance was revealing itself to be less satisfying than the anticipation had suggested. The true challenge that lay before him was not the elimination of his enemies, but the construction of something meaningful from the power he had sacrificed everything to obtain. The creation of a legacy that might justify the terrible costs his transcendence had required. As you drift toward the peaceful embrace of sleep tonight, perhaps you might consider how the achievement of our deepest desires sometimes reveals their fundamental inadequacy to provide the satisfaction we had anticipated. How do we find meaning in victory when that victory comes at the cost of everything that made it worth pursuing? And where do we discover purpose when the elimination of obstacles reveals the emptiness that lies beyond them? Chapter 11. The Magus Ascendant. In the endless expanse of Shurima's reborn glory, where ancient powers clash beneath skies that remember the thunder of gods, two forces of Transcendent will engage in a conflict that will determine the fate of an empire, and perhaps the world itself. Tonight, as the weight of destiny settles upon the shifting sands, let us witness the emergence of Zerath, as the Magus Ascendant, master of forces that bend reality to his will, and observe how power perfected through suffering has transformed him into something beyond mortal comprehension. The being that Zerath had become in the years following his liberation bore little resemblance to either the slave who had once hauled stones in servitude, or the desperate revolutionary who had stolen divine power in a moment of supreme betrayal. Millennia of imprisonment had refined his consciousness into something approaching pure intellect, while his mastery of magical theory had evolved to encompass principles that challenged the fundamental assumptions upon which reality itself was constructed. He had become what the ancient texts could only hint at, a Magus Ascendant, a consciousness that had transcended not just mortality, but the very categories of existence that defined the relationship between mind and cosmos. His physical form, if it could still be called physical, was a constantly shifting matrix of pure magical energy that maintained humanoid configuration through an act of continuous will, rather than any natural constraint. Lightning danced between geometries that suggested limbs and torso, while patterns of force that corresponded to facial features appeared and dissolved according to the intensity of his focus and the nature of his immediate concerns. To observe him directly was to witness the raw stuff of creation given purposeful direction, matter and energy, dancing in harmonies that mortal minds struggled to process without suffering permanent damage. But perhaps most remarkable of all was the scope of consciousness that this transformation had made possible. Zerath's awareness now extended across vast distances, allowing him to perceive events throughout Shurima with crystalline clarity, while simultaneously monitoring magical phenomena that occurred on entirely different continents. He could sense the flow of arcane energy through ley lines that spanned oceans, detect disturbances in magical fields that originated from sources beyond the material plane, and perceive patterns of cause and effect that operated across timescales extending from microseconds to geological epochs. This enhanced perception revealed a world that was far more complex and interconnected than any mortal consciousness could comprehend. The magical infrastructure that powered civilization throughout Natera was revealed to be a vast, interconnected network of energy flows that responded to influences originating from sources as diverse as celestial alignments, emotional resonances from sentient beings, and the accumulated weight of historical events that had left permanent impressions upon the fabric of reality itself. From this perspective, the political conflicts and territorial disputes that consumed the attention of mortal rulers appeared trivial and temporary, mere surface phenomena that reflected deeper currents of force and meaning that operated according to principles extending far beyond human understanding. Kings and emperors might believe themselves to be the authors of their own destinies, but Zerath could perceive the larger patterns that shaped their choices and constrained their possibilities in ways that made their apparent agency largely illusory. This godlike perspective might have been overwhelming for consciousness that retained any significant attachment to human concerns, but Zerath's transformation had progressed beyond the point where such limitations remained relevant. His emotional responses had been refined and concentrated through millennia of enforced contemplation, distilled into forms that were both more intense and more focused than anything experienced by merely mortal awareness. Love, hatred, ambition, and regret had become forces as precise and controllable as the mathematical formulas he employed to manipulate reality itself. The most prominent of these refined emotions was his complex relationship with Prince Azir, whose own resurrection and transformation had created a dynamic that would define both of their existences for whatever time remained to them. Azir's return had been facilitated by loyal followers who had discovered techniques for channeling the residual energies of his interrupted ascension into a form of reconstitution that was both magnificent and tragic. The Emperor who had emerged from this process was indeed divine, possessed of power that rivaled Zerath's own, but he remained fundamentally constrained by the same naive assumptions about justice and reform that had made their friendship both precious and ultimately impossible. Their renewed conflict was not merely a battle between individuals but a clash between entirely different philosophies of power and responsibility. Azir sought to rebuild Shurima according to principles that honored tradition while incorporating reforms that would address the systemic injustices that had characterized the original empire. His vision was one of gradual progress guided by wisdom and tempered by respect for the complexities of governing diverse populations across vast territories. Zerath's approach was fundamentally different, shaped by millennia of contemplation that had convinced him that meaningful change could only be achieved through the complete elimination of existing power structures and their replacement with systems based on pure merit and rational organization. His vision was one of revolutionary transformation that would sweep away the accumulated privileges and prejudices of centuries, creating a society where individual worth would be determined solely by capability and contribution, rather than the accidents of birth or inheritance. The battles between these two transcendent beings were spectacles that defied mortal comprehension, conflicts fought with weapons of pure thought and defended against through manipulations of reality that operated on multiple dimensional levels simultaneously. When Zerath unleashed his fury, entire landscapes were transformed into crystalline sculptures that reflected and amplified magical energies beyond anything the world had previously experienced. When Azir responded with the power of his divine authority, sand dunes became armies of golden warriors, while the very air sang with harmonies that could heal grievous wounds or reduce stone to powder according to his will. But perhaps more significant than these dramatic confrontations were the subtle battles of influence and ideology that surrounded their more obvious conflicts. Each sought to demonstrate through their actions the superiority of their respective approaches to governance and social organization. Azir's territories showcased the benefits of enlightened monarchy, where wise leadership and gradual reform created prosperity and stability for populations that had learned to trust in the benevolence of their divine ruler. Zerath's domains exhibited the possibilities inherent in meritocratic revolution, where traditional hierarchies had been replaced by systems that rewarded competence and punished incompetence, regardless of historical precedent or social expectation. The results of these competing experiments were complex and often contradictory, revealing truths about power and human nature that neither participant had fully anticipated. Azir's subjects enjoyed material prosperity and personal security, but they remained fundamentally dependent upon the continued benevolence of their ruler, creating a form of stability that was both admirable and ultimately fragile. Zerath's territories experienced rapid advancement in technology and organization, but the constant pressure to prove individual worth created social tensions that sometimes erupted into conflicts as destructive as any traditional war. These observations forced both beings to confront the possibility that their conflict might be based on false premises, that the fundamental problems of governance and social organization might not be solvable through the application of any single approach, no matter how perfectly implemented. The realization was troubling for consciousness that had invested millennia in developing and refining their respective visions, but it also opened possibilities for synthesis and cooperation that had been impossible when their positions appeared mutually exclusive. Zerath's mastery of magical theory during this period reached levels that challenged the basic assumptions upon which arcane practice had been based throughout recorded history. He discovered techniques for manipulating probability itself, creating localized zones where cause and effect operated according to principles that he defined rather than natural law. He learned to perceive and interact with alternate versions of reality, drawing power and knowledge from dimensions where different choices had led to entirely different outcomes. Most remarkably, he began to develop methods for directly editing the fundamental code that governed magical phenomena, rewriting the basic rules that determined how energy and matter interacted within specific geographical regions. These capabilities placed him among the most powerful entities ever to exist within the material plane, possessed of abilities that rivaled those attributed to the most ancient and mysterious cosmic forces. But with such power came responsibilities and temptations that tested even his transcendent wisdom. The ability to reshape reality according to his will created opportunities to address every injustice, and eliminate every source of suffering he could perceive. But it also raised questions about the appropriateness of such intervention, and the potential consequences of changes imposed without the consent of those affected. The philosophical implications of his situation were staggering in their complexity. If he possessed the power to eliminate poverty, disease, and ignorance throughout Runeterra, did he have the right to refrain from doing so simply because such changes would violate principles of autonomy and self-determination? If he could perceive solutions to problems that mortal minds were incapable of understanding, was he obligated to implement those solutions regardless of the resistance they might provoke? Where was the line between benevolent guidance and tyrannical imposition? And how could such distinctions be meaningful when applied by consciousness that operated on scales extending far beyond normal human experience? These questions became more than academic when Zerath began to detect signs of threats that extended beyond the scope of local or even continental concerns. His enhanced perception revealed disturbances in the magical infrastructure of reality itself, problems that suggested the existence of forces and entities whose activities posed existential risks to the continued stability of the material plane. The void, ancient enemy of all existence, was beginning to reassert its influence through mechanisms that most mortals could not even perceive, while other cosmic threats were stirring in response to the magical disturbances created by his own activities and those of other transcendent beings. The realization that his conflict with Azir was taking place against the backdrop of much larger and more dangerous developments forced Zerath to reconsider his priorities and long-term objectives. The ideological differences that had seemed so important when viewed from the perspective of Shuriman politics appeared trivial when measured against threats that could potentially unmake reality itself. The luxury of philosophical debate and experimental governance became meaningless when existence itself was at stake. This broader context began to influence his interactions with Azir, introducing elements of pragmatic cooperation that transcended their fundamental disagreements about the nature of proper authority. When faced with incursions of void-touched entities that threatened to establish permanent footholds in the material plane, their combined power proved far more effective than either could achieve independently. When cosmic predators attempted to exploit the magical disturbances created by their conflicts, their coordinated response demonstrated the potential benefits of alliance despite their irreconcilable differences. These collaborations were tentative and limited, constrained by mutual mistrust and fundamental disagreement about ultimate goals, but they suggested possibilities for relationship that extended beyond simple conflict or reconciliation. Perhaps their destiny was not to resolve their differences, but to find ways of working together despite those differences, creating a dynamic tension that would drive continued growth and development rather than seeking the false peace of complete agreement. As our exploration of the Magus Ascendant draws toward its close, we see a being who has achieved everything he once thought he desired, but who finds himself facing challenges that his original ambitions could never have anticipated. The power that had once seemed like the solution to every problem has revealed itself to be merely the foundation for engaging with problems of such scope and complexity that they dwarf anything he had previously imagined. Zerath stands now as one of the most powerful entities ever to walk the material plane, master of forces that can reshape reality itself according to his will. But his greatest battles may not be against external enemies, but against the fundamental questions of meaning and responsibility that such power inevitably creates. The slave who dreamed of freedom has become the Magus Ascendant, but the nature of ascendancy itself has proven to be far more complex and demanding than any mortal consciousness could have comprehended. As you settle into the gentle embrace of sleep tonight, perhaps you might reflect on the paradoxes of ultimate achievement, and consider how the attainment of our highest aspirations often reveals new categories of challenge that we had never previously imagined. What does it mean to possess the power to reshape the world when the responsibility of such power proves more constraining than any external limitation ever was? And how do we find purpose when our capabilities exceed our understanding of how those capabilities should be employed? Chapter 12. The Price of Ambition. At the end of all journeys where the paths of gods and mortals converge in the eternal dance of choice and consequence, stands a figure whose transformation embodies the most profound questions about the nature of power, purpose, and the human condition itself. Tonight, as our long exploration draws to its close, let us contemplate the ultimate meaning of Zerath's journey from slave to cosmic force, and consider what his story reveals about the eternal cycle of ambition that drives consciousness toward transcendence, while threatening to destroy everything that makes such transcendence worthwhile. The being known as Zerath has achieved everything that mortal ambition could possibly envision and more. He has transcended the limitations of flesh, broken free from every chain that once bound him, and gained power sufficient to reshape reality according to his will. He has proven that the barriers between slave and God are not as absolute as those in authority would have others believe, demonstrating through the sheer force of will and intellect that any consciousness sufficiently determined to pursue transcendence can ultimately achieve it, regardless of the circumstances of its origin. But in achieving these ultimate victories, Zerath has also paid prices that no amount of power can restore or compensate. The friendship that sustained him through his years of bondage was destroyed by the very actions that freed him from bondage. The empire he sought to reform was obliterated by the forces he unleashed in pursuit of the authority necessary for reform. The vision of justice that motivated his transformation has been revealed as far more complex and problematic than his mortal consciousness could have comprehended, requiring choices and sacrifices that challenge the very foundations of morality itself. Perhaps most tragically of all, the humanity that gave meaning to his original dreams of freedom has been gradually eroded by the process of transcendence itself, leaving him with capabilities that extend far beyond anything he had ever imagined, but with diminished capacity to understand why such capabilities should matter. The enhancement of consciousness that accompanied his transformation has allowed him to perceive truths about the nature of existence that mortal minds cannot grasp. But this enhanced perception has also revealed the fundamental arbitrariness and ultimate meaninglessness that underlies much of what sentient beings consider important and valuable. This paradox lies at the heart of Zerath's current existence, and provides perhaps the most important lesson that can be drawn from his extraordinary journey. The pursuit of power, no matter how well-intentioned or carefully executed, inevitably changes the pursuer in ways that call into question the original motivations for seeking such power. The consciousness that achieves transcendence is not the same as the one that began the quest for transcendence, and the goals that seem so clear and compelling from one perspective may appear entirely different when viewed from the vantage point of ultimate achievement. The implications of this reality extend far beyond Zerath's individual case to touch upon fundamental questions about the nature of progress, reform, and the relationship between means and ends in any context where significant change is desired. How can those who seek to improve the world maintain their connection to the values and perspectives that made such improvement seem necessary in the first place? How can power be pursued and obtained without being corrupted by the very process that makes its acquisition possible? These questions have no easy answers, as Zerath's story demonstrates with painful clarity. The slave who began with dreams of simple freedom could not have anticipated that the achievement of ultimate freedom would require the sacrifice of everything that made freedom valuable. The scholar who pursued knowledge as a tool for justice could not have foreseen that perfect knowledge would reveal the limitations and contradictions inherent in any conception of justice. The friend who valued human connection above all else could not have imagined that transcendence would require the abandonment of the very humanity that made such connections possible. Yet, despite these costs, Zerath's journey also represents something inspiring and ultimately hopeful about the potential that lies dormant within every conscious being. His transformation from powerless slave to cosmic force demonstrates that no external circumstances, no matter how oppressive or seemingly permanent, can ultimately constrain consciousness that refuses to accept limitations imposed by others. His mastery of magical theory and practical application shows that intellectual achievement can transcend the boundaries established by birth, education, or social position when pursued with sufficient dedication and insight. Most importantly, his ongoing struggle to find meaning and purpose despite having achieved ultimate power, suggests that the human capacity for growth and development continues to operate even at levels of existence that transcend normal categories of experience. The questions that torment him about responsibility, justice, and the proper use of transcendent capabilities are fundamentally human questions, evidence that consciousness retains its essential character even when elevated far beyond the contexts in which that character originally developed. The relationship between Zerath and Azir that continues to define both of their existences provides perhaps the clearest illustration of these themes. Their friendship, forged in the innocent days when they were merely prince and slave united by shared intellectual curiosity, represents the best of what consciousness can achieve when freed from the artificial barriers that divide sentient beings from one another. Their conflict, born from irreconcilable differences about the nature of justice and the proper exercise of power, demonstrates how even the deepest human connections can be strained beyond endurance when abstract principles collide with practical necessities. But their continued interaction, despite the betrayals and violence that have characterized their relationship, suggests that some bonds transcend even the most fundamental disagreements about ultimate values. They remain connected not just by shared history, but by mutual recognition that each represents something essential about the other's nature and purpose. Azir's commitment to gradual reform and respect for tradition provides a necessary counterbalance to Zerath's revolutionary impulses, while Zerath's willingness to challenge existing arrangements prevents Azir's natural conservatism from calcifying into mere defense of the status quo. In their ongoing conflicts and occasional collaborations, they embody the eternal tension between stability and change, order and justice, tradition and innovation that characterizes all healthy societies and individuals. Neither approach alone is sufficient to address the complex challenges that conscious beings face, but their dynamic interaction creates possibilities for growth and development that would not exist if either perspective achieved complete dominance. This recognition has begun to influence Zerath's understanding of his own role and purpose in ways that may ultimately prove more transformative than his original ascension to transcendent power. The realization that his capabilities are most meaningful when employed in relationship with others who share his fundamental concerns, but approach them from different perspectives, has started to modify his conception of what ultimate victory might look like. Rather than seeking to impose his vision of perfect justice through the application of overwhelming force, he has begun to experiment with approaches that acknowledge the legitimacy of alternative perspectives, while still working toward meaningful change. Rather than attempting to eliminate all sources of resistance to his authority, he has started to appreciate the value that such resistance provides in forcing him to refine and improve his own understanding of complex issues. These developments suggest that Zerath's story may not be approaching its conclusion, but rather entering a new phase characterized by wisdom gained through experience, rather than knowledge accumulated through study. The being who once believed that sufficient power could solve any problem has learned that the most important problems cannot be solved, but only engaged with in ongoing processes of negotiation, compromise, and mutual adaptation. This evolution in his thinking has been facilitated by his growing awareness of the cosmic context within which his personal struggles take place. The threats posed by entities like the Void and other cosmic predators have forced him to recognize that the conflicts between mortal civilizations, no matter how passionately felt, are relatively minor concerns when viewed against the backdrop of existential risks that could unmake reality itself. This broader perspective has not diminished his commitment to justice and reform, but it has modified his understanding of what such commitment requires in practical terms. The luxury of ideological purity becomes meaningless when existence itself is at stake, forcing pragmatic cooperation with those whose ultimate goals may be incompatible with one's own, but whose immediate interests align sufficiently to permit effective joint action. These realizations have been difficult for consciousness that achieved transcendence through the pursuit of absolute principles and perfect solutions, but they represent a form of maturation that may be necessary for any being that seeks to exercise ultimate power responsibly. The recognition that even transcendent capabilities have limitations, that even perfect knowledge admits uncertainty, and that even the most well-intentioned actions can have unintended consequences, provides a foundation for humility that prevents power from becoming simple tyranny. As our long journey through Zerath's transformation draws to its final close, we see a being who embodies both the highest aspirations and the deepest failures of conscious striving toward transcendence. His achievements demonstrate the remarkable potential that lies within every sentient being, while his losses illustrate the prices that must inevitably be paid when such potential is pursued to its ultimate conclusion. The slave who dreamed of freedom discovered that true freedom requires the wisdom to choose appropriate constraints. The scholar who sought knowledge learned that perfect understanding reveals the limitations of understanding itself. The friend who valued human connection found that transcendence can preserve the capacity for relationship while transforming its fundamental nature. The revolutionary who pursued justice realized that justice itself is not a destination to be reached, but a direction to be traveled. In the end, Zerath's story is not a cautionary tale about the dangers of ambition, but rather a complex meditation on the nature of growth, change, and the eternal human quest for meaning in a universe that offers no guarantee that such meaning exists. His journey from slavery to divinity represents both triumph and tragedy, demonstrating that consciousness can indeed transcend any limitation, while suggesting that such transcendence may not provide the satisfaction that motivates its pursuit. The price of ambition, as Zerath has learned through millennia of experience, is not measured in what must be given up, but in what must be become. The consciousness that achieves its deepest desires is inevitably transformed by that achievement in ways that make the original desires seem naive or incomplete, creating a cycle of growth and disillusionment that may be the closest thing to eternal life that any being can achieve. But perhaps that cycle itself is the true reward, the ongoing process of becoming rather than any particular state of being that might be achieved along the way. Zerath continues to exist, to struggle, to grow, and to change, and in that continuation lies evidence that consciousness can indeed transcend the limitations that seem to define it, while retaining the essential qualities that make such transcendence meaningful. As you drift into the peaceful embrace of sleep tonight, perhaps you might reflect on your own ambitions and the prices you would be willing to pay to achieve them. What would you be willing to become in order to obtain what you most desire, and how would you maintain your essential self through the transformations that such achievement would inevitably require? In the end, perhaps the most important question is not whether we can transcend our limitations, but whether we can transcend them while remaining worthy of the transcendence we achieve. The story of Zerath, the Magus Ascendant, continues to unfold across the sands of Shurima and throughout the magical currents that bind all of Runeterra together. His journey from slave to god is complete, but his exploration of what godhood means and requires has only just begun. In that ongoing exploration lies hope not just for his own continued growth, but for all consciousness that dares to dream of becoming more than circumstances would seem to allow.